Council President and members of council, we have Council President Doug Shipman,
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large,
Here.
Councilmember Ishay Collins, Post 3 at Large,
Present.
Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1,
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2,
Here.
Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3, Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4,
Here.
Councilmember Liliana Bakari, District 5,
Here.
Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6, Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7, Councilmember Mary Nori, District 8, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9, Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10, Councilmember Marcy Kohler Overstreet, District 11, Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Present.
Council President, we do have a quorum of members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. I would note that the city attorney has asked for an executive session to discuss pending litigation. That will fall after the report of standing committees and before personal papers. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda to note? If not, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without any objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the agenda.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. Next on our agenda is the invocation. It is my pleasure to welcome Reverend Bill Britt, Senior Minister from Peachtree Road United Methodist Church, to come forward and to offer our invocation today.
Thank you. Let me begin with a word of gratitude to the city council members. Appreciate you offering yourself for public service. I know that it's a thankless job in many, many ways. There's a word of scripture, who will go for us and whom shall I send? And you have responded, here I am, send me. And we are grateful. We're grateful for the work that you do and for the way you make this a better, more prosperous, safer community. And on behalf of the 8,600 members of Peachtree Road United Methodist Church, thank you. Let us pray. Most gracious and holy God, we are grateful for your love for us, for your mercy, for the grace that you offer us. We're grateful for this great community in which we live. We're grateful for the opportunity that we have to work together to improve this community. We pray your blessings upon the work of the council this afternoon. We pray that you would grant them wisdom and guidance, and that they would continue to serve you and our community in all that they do. Bless them, O God, for we pray in your holy name. Amen.
While we remain in a moment of reflection, I would ask if there are any remembrances that my colleagues might like to bring forward. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Collier Heights and Adamsville community, we would like to send condolences to the family of R&B legend Angie Stone, who was tragically killed on this coming weekend. She blessed our community through attorney Antavius Weems with a very large concert 2 years ago to help us raise money for our community. So please remember the family of the late R&B legend Angie Stone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, President. Our community would like to send our entire community is grieving the death of community leaders Anthony Tickman Jones and Maurice Stone, and we solicit prayers and for the entire family, the entire Jonesboro Road and Cleveland Avenue community in Greater Atlanta. Also, my office is experiencing the same type of loss as Madison Jones, the daughter of Anthony Tickman Jones, is our office assistant. So she's been with us for 4 years. So please pray for our communities. Also for the family of Miss Hester Mae Jones, the family of one of my closest friends growing up. Please pray for the family of Mr. Hester Jones. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Councilmember Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I ask for you to keep the friends and family of J.D. Christie in your thoughts and prayers. JD, prime example of someone who post-retirement from work threw himself into community service and was president of the Virginia Highlands Civic Association, and was active in NPUF, on the board of John Howell Park Association, helped produce Summer Festival. Kind of one of those folks who used his time and energy and powers for good, and he will be missed. Thoughts to his husband, Duval, and the rest of the community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask my colleagues and those in general audience to keep the family of Ms. Catherine Smith in your thoughts and prayers. Ms. Smith was a well-known figure in the political world over the last 2 decades. When I left the Army in 2012, she was one of the first people to welcome me with open arms into that world. And I know she's been kind of a political godmother to a lot of folks who are entering into that space over the last 20 years. And so we lost her suddenly last week.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for us to keep in our prayers the family of Walt Elder, who had been a long-time public servant, serving the city of Atlanta, serving in various capacities for various mayors. He was a great contributor to the Atlanta community, both in the civic sense and through his public work, helped to shape the very city of Atlanta as we know it today. He passed on the 22nd of February, and so we want to uplift his family and keep them in our prayers.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I also want to be more specific about Mr. Anthony Tick Jones. He was my barber, he was a surrogate father to me. He was the person who helped me with everything I needed through life, and not just me. He's done it for 40, 50 years, so many generations. He taught me so much through the way he lived and through death. And in his death, he was a person who actually left gifts for his mentees. And so just an amazing man, amazing person for our community to have as a coach. He coached adult men all throughout the country. He's won tournaments, and then he coached our kids. This year he won the championship last weekend at the Little League City of Atlanta 12 and under championship. He won with Pittman Panthers. So a amazing man, died at the age of 53 to cancer. And we are truly, truly saddened by this loss. A philanthropist, a business owner, a barbershop owner, and a chef. Amazing man that we lost. So thank you again for allowing me to speak on this, President.
Thank you. Any others? For these and for those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we'll move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First, I'd like to ask Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to come forward, and all of those who are here to honor the legacy and the work of Felker William Ward, Jr. to please join us up on the dais.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask all those associated with the Honorable Mr. Felker Ward, Jr. to please come forward. No, it's like the Wizard of Oz when Dorothy first met the Scarecrow. There are 2 ways to go there. You can go this way, that way, or both ways.
Let's go to the left. All right, we're coming. Go to the left.
Oh, hey, how are you doing?
Okay.
Come on up. Okay. Hang out with her. Oh, yeah. We won't read it, but who's standing? Who's standing? Marvin said. Does he need a chair? Take it. He can stand?
Next to Julian Brooks.
Okay. No, you stay right here.
Down in front all my life.
Okay. Y'all squeeze in? Everybody up here? All right. Well, I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today to present a proclamation to someone who has had an indelible impact on modern Atlanta. The Atlanta that you enjoy today, presently, in this moment. Mr. Ward has his more than fingerprints. He has helped to mold, like a great sculptor, the Atlanta that you're enjoying at this very moment. And so it is with great pride and great humility that a thankful city says, well done and thank you to Mr. Ward here today. I have a proclamation and I will read it in pertinent part. Recognizing leader, entrepreneur, and public servant Felker William Ward, Jr. Whereas Felker William Ward, Jr. demonstrated exceptional academic achievement by completing David T. Howard and Booker T. Washington High Schools in just 3 years before earning a degree from Tuskegee Institute, becoming the first of his family to graduate from college at the age of 20. Whereas Felker Ward honorably served in the United States Army for 21 years, rising to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, distinguishing himself as a decorated combat helicopter pilot in the Vietnam War. And upon his return to Atlanta, Mr. Ward pursued a degree at Emory School of Law and later co-founded the esteemed law firm Ward and Wyatt before becoming a partner at the nationally recognized firm Cutak, Rock, and Huey, where he served as the managing partner of the Atlanta office and was one of the few black partners in a top 50 U.S. law firm in the early 1980s. And whereas Felker Ward's entrepreneurial spirit led him and his late wife Mary to establish the Oriental Kitchen restaurant and later to acquired 3 Burger King franchises, paving the way for his role as a co-founder of Concessions International, which just celebrated its 50th anniversary a week, 45th anniversary a week ago, alongside Herman J. Russell and Jesse Hill Jr., building one of the most successful minority airport concession companies in the country, which continues to this very day. And whereas following the 1987 Ku Klux Klan attack in Forsyth County, Felker Ward was appointed by Governor Joe Frank Harris to chair the Georgia Human Relations Commission and work to restore and wrongfully taken from black families, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to justice and civil rights. And whereas Felker Ward served 17 years at the Georgia Department of Natural Resources Board, and through his firm, Ward and Associates Investment Bankers, was instrumental in the redevelopment of the Lakewood Fairgrounds. And whereas under Mayor Shirley Franklin, Felker Ward also led efforts to preserve Fort McPherson and Fort Gillem Army bases and was later appointed by Governor Sonny Perdue to chair the Military Installation Redevelopment Authority, brokering a transformative deal with Tyler Perry Studios, creating jobs, economic growth in and around Metro Atlanta and for all of Georgia. And whereas Felker Ward, at the age of 91 years young, continues to serve as a mentor, advisor, and advocate, dedicating his time to nurturing the next generation while cherishing time with his beloved children, grandchildren, and extended family. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, will have this in the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Felker Ward Jr. Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Mr. Ward. Take a quick shot. This way. Look this way. There you go, right here. Okay. But as they say on late night television, Mr. Ward, but wait, there's more. We have proclamations from Fulton County, which reads very similarly to the one that I just read. This comes from Fulton County Commissioner Marvin S. Arrington, and it proclaims, now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Felker William Ward Jr. for his enduring legacy of service and leadership to the residents of Fulton County, signed and sealed by Fulton County Commissioner Marvin S. Arrington. Got it? But, as they continue to say in late night, we do have one more proclamation from Mr. Terry from the office of Congresswoman Nakima Williams. Come on up.
Thank you, sir. As they
William Ward Jr. is celebrating a distinguished and remarkable life of service, commitment, charity, and business acumen. And whereas Mr. Felker William Ward Jr. was born and raised here in the heart of Atlanta. He attended and graduated from Booker T. Washington High School in over 3 years, and would go on to graduate from the illustrious Tuskegee Institute at the age of 20. And whereas Mr. Felker William Ward Jr. became the first in his family to graduate from college, building toward a legacy of entrepreneurship, with a major in commercial industries and a minor in architecture. Whereas he would go on to join the United States Army, where he chose to spend the next half of his life in service.
was I doing all right? Whereas he would go on to join the United States Army, where he chose to spend the next half of his life in service to our country, becoming a decorated helicopter pilot while serving 2 tours of duty in Vietnam, ultimately serving over 21 years and retiring at the rank of Lieutenant Colonel Ward. And whereas upon completion of his service to our great country, Mr. Felker William Ward Jr. attended and graduated from the Emory School of Law, and upon graduation opened the law firm Ward and Hyatt, with his law school classmate Thelma Wyatt. And whereas Mr. Felker William Ward Jr.'s work ethic quickly propelled him to partner and managing partner of the Atlanta office of Kutak, Rock, and Huey, making him one of 12 African-American partners in a top 50 law firm in the nation. Among his notable achievements while serving at Kutak, Rock, and Huey, he served as one of the key negotiators in the deal to purchase and secure the former 300-acre Fort McPherson Complex, which is now known as Tyler Perry Studios. And whereas Mr. Felker William Ward Jr. is also known as one of our nation's most successful black businessmen. His ventures started with the Oriental Kitchen, a Chinese restaurant he and his late wife May founded, continued with 3 Burger King franchises, and further ascended to launching one of the most successful minority-owned airport concession companies, Concessions International, with operations in many of the country's major airports, including Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport here in Atlanta and Los Angeles. And whereas Mr. Felker William Ward Jr.'s role in the Atlanta metro area included not only law, but being named to the Georgia Human Relations Commission. Additionally, he led revitalization efforts for our military bases as chair of the Military Installation Redevelopment Commission and helped secure the return of property to black families in the region. And whereas Mr. Felker William Ward Jr. is known as a man who is focused on meeting goals and delivering results through his preparedness and incomparable work ethic, and is respected and revered as a man who meets the moment, achieves the goal, and gets things done. This is evidenced through his numerous roles, commissions, and community service organization, and this also includes appointments by former Atlanta Mayor Maynard Jackson, Georgia Governors Busby, Frank, and Perdue. He is highly regarded as a man of deep integrity, honor, who consistently demonstrates courage, commitment, persistence, and resolve. And whereas the United States House of Representatives of the 5th Congressional District of Georgia has set aside this day to honor and recognize Mr. Felker William Ward Jr. on his amazing and noteworthy accomplishments to our city, our state, and our nation. Now, therefore, I, Nikema Williams, do hereby proclaim March 3rd, 2025 as Mr. Felker William Ward Day in the 5th Congressional District of Georgia, proclaimed this day, the 3rd day of March 2025. Thank you, sir.
Cheese. Yeah. All right. Now, I'd like to extend an invitation to any of my colleagues that would like to say a word. Anyone? All right, not seeing any. I'd like to ask you have 2 apples of your eye, but I guess the young 3. Well, oh, Mary.
I'm right here.
No, come on up, Mary.
Mr. Ward, for so many years, you have been not only an outstanding businessman and an outstanding citizen, but one of the loveliest gentlemen I've ever had the privilege of knowing. So it is a great honor for me to be here honoring you. Congratulations.
Mike, you want to come on up? There's his son, Michael Ward.
Felker. Felker William Ward III. I want to thank the city. I want to thank the city council. This is a special day. My dad never asked for praise from anybody. He just does the work. I want to read a short poem that I wrote for my dad upon his 90th birthday when we were sitting in the Piedmont Driving Club the night before. My mom used to always say to me, "Boy, you should write more." And she came to me the night before, and I wrote this. Felker who? If you don't know who Felker Ward is, you should. He has led from the front, and he's been working behind the scenes when nobody else would. Like when he worked pro bono for the city with Randolph Thrower, because police were cheating. One black lawyer, one white lawyer. They charged based on the facts and their conclusions Atlanta could believe in. Felker who? Or maybe it was that time when he went down to Forsyth County to negotiate on the city's behalf. Oprah was there. We went and marched, but it was Felker who helped get those black folks their land back. Felker who? He graduated #1 in the class of '68 at the Army's best flight school, and he was the only pilot of color. He then flew Hueys in Vietnam, is heavily decorated combat veteran. We should all thank him for his valor. Felker who? In 1978, he founded Concessions International with 2 of his friends. It was Ward, Russell, and Hill. They grew the firm to the largest minority-owned airport food and beverage operator with multiple locations where you can enjoy a great meal. Felker who? Operating in an industry, in this industry was hard. It was a majority dominated, and many minorities felt that no one had their back. What did Felker do? He went down to Florida with his friends and industry leaders and started AMAC. Felker who? When the children went missing in Atlanta, after hours, you could find the mayor at our house, seeking counsel. That's right, Maynard, Andy, Bill, Shirley, Kasim sought his advice. He always knew how to make a deal. Felker who? Shirley even appointed Dad to chair the Fort Mac Base Realignment Committee. They worked for several years looking for a buyer. Things were getting scary. Again, leading with a steady hand through the turmoil, he came to my office and asked me about a young entrepreneur and his viability. And I said, hell yeah, sell that land to Tyler Perry. Felker who? He was the first minority managing partner for one of the largest bond law firms in the country, Cusack, Rock, and Huey. He left there and went on to start his own investment banking firm. When folks said, Felker, you can't do it, he said, just watch me. Felker who? An avid hunter, fisherman, and outdoorsman. He taught us skills, and you never knew what would end up on our plate. But I will never forget that rabbit hunt down in South Georgia when he shot. Stop! He shot and killed a rattlesnake. Felker who? He has always brought folks together by being friends with Loudermilk, Busby, Dill, and Rankin. And Rankin appointed him as the first non-Smith on the Falcons football club. Hell, if it weren't for him, most of us couldn't even be here as he helped integrate the Capital City Club and where we sit today, Piedmont Driving Club. Felker who? He did all these things and much more, but you ask him about the most important aspect of his life, it was his family. With Mary, my mom, he helped raise Michael, adopted Wesley, Wendy, and me. Without them, I don't know where we would be. I'm so proud of my dad. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Mr. Ward, this is your day. You can have it your way. Have it your way. Ladies and gentlemen, Felker Ward, Jr.
Well, I did have a couple of words to say, but I came down early and recorded what I have to say, and if you can get it on a recorder, I'll be happy to do that. But in effect, what I've said is, whenever I've done something that is worthy of note, I soon recognize that there's much more that I should have done or could have done. And that is one thing that has made me enjoyable every time I've spent. And look out here. Folks, this is something else. You don't have to go back very many moons to find a group of leading citizens that we have here. And I can only add that I am proud to have played a small part in getting us here. And I hope that you will continue the leadership that you have shown as city council people and what have you. And continue to grow and to make it possible
for those who are less fortunate than we have an opportunity to achieve and to succeed. And so thank you all so much for the recognition that this brings. But like I said, remember this. I remember this very well. The answer is that when I finish all that I've done here today, I recognize that there's that much more that I could have done and should have done. So I will keep on going. Thank you very much.
All right, well, there are a lot of, what's the way you say, big Negroes up here with us. But I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge our former Georgia Supreme Court Justice Leah Sears Ward that's here, and her husband Haskell Ward. Where's Haskell? Happy birthday, Haskell. Your birthday is in the next week, so we're going to say happy birthday to you.
And that's a war.
That's right. That's your cousin.
Yeah.
All right. Now, you've given us a life where you've done best, Mr. Ward. We want to make sure that this year we're honoring Vietnam. The ribbon cutting will be on November 11th of this year. We want to make sure that you're there. And if you want to do more, you can take me on a helicopter ride. So we will now you've lived a life where you've done your best. We're going to do what City Council does best. We're going to take a picture, and we're going to move up here in front of the podium. And I'd like to ask all my colleagues to come and join us. And everybody get in where you fit in.
I'm trying to catch a picture with Felker.
Ladies and
Good afternoon. I am Andrea Boone, a member of the Atlanta City Council. We have gathered to celebrate the works of the Honorable Judge Calvin S. Graves. Thank you for serving our fellow man. Judge Graves is a faithful man. He has led with wisdom. He has served boldly on the bench and has fought for justice for all mankind. He has counseled us during our weakest moments and fought fervently for all. Judge Graves, we love you. We honor you. We believe that you shall reap a harvest for your love and commitment for the city of Atlanta. And now a short video.
He's very easy to be around, very easy to talk to.
He's a very humble individual. Extraordinary, visionary.
He is still working for the people of Atlanta.
Municipal Court Judge Calvin Graves engages in a little reading. He's preparing for a busy day of cases.
People say, well, just do traffic and stoplights and red lights. No, it's a lot more than that. We are what we call a people's court. So we see much more of our citizenry than, for example, other courts, because the average person comes down here to deal with their business. So we have a chance to touch those people. And a lot of times, that's all people see of the court.
Touching lives is a mission for Judge Graves. He was appointed in 2005 by Mayor Shirley Franklin. This Atlanta husband and father is also a Morehouse man and a graduate of Gonzaga University School of Law. He's practiced civil and criminal law. He's been a partner in a law firm, Special Assistant Attorney General for the state of Georgia, Chief Judge, and past president of the Gate City Bar Association. Barely scratched the surface of his positions and accomplishments. While he's grateful for them all, he prefers to talk about his mentoring work in restorative justice for young people.
We have a program for Georgia State, AU Center, Georgia Tech, Emory, and then with the help of Mr. Raines Carter, we're able to expunge their record and keep those little mistakes that we all made, drinking a beer on campus or smoking a joint or whatever. Just mistakes that young people early make that should not prevent them from moving on in their profession later in life.
I've worked in the court system now for over 11 years. I've worked with tons of judges, and he is by far one of the most down-to-earth, relatable. He'll call me and, sometimes it's business, I need this done. Sometimes he'll call me just to cut up. But that's Judge Graves, and I've enjoyed the journey with him.
Judge Tyranny Gundy had the opportunity to shadow Judge Graves in 2013.
What I recall the most is that Judge Graves was so warm and inviting and just really kind to me. Like, judges, you think of them as very stern and, Judge Graves was not like that. He was always just very sweet and inviting and eager to help.
We call each other the Breakfast Club. Usually he and I are the first folks at work here at the court. We get here very early. Some of that's joke telling, but a lot of that is him sharing wisdom of past experiences, him providing insight based on the roads that he has traveled as a judge. And all of that's been so valuable and so helpful, being able to draw from that well, that extraordinary well that is Judge Calvin Graves.
At one point, there were two courts in the city of Atlanta. There was city court and there was municipal court. And he had the task as chief judge to merge the two courts into the Atlanta Municipal Court. It was not easy. He and Judge Green were the two chief judges that led the process. And it was very difficult, but we survived and we are the better for it.
Judge Graves is retiring, serving now as senior judge as he pursues a master's degree in divinity and public life from Harvard University. He still plans to serve when called upon, while continuing to share his knowledge and wisdom freely as a mentor to anyone who needs him.
What we do is pass it on. Somebody did that for me, and one of the only requirements of my mentors were, Calvin, pass it on. Doing that brings me joy and gives me energy.
He says he's grateful to receive this recognition from the Atlanta City Council.
I look at it as an honor to all of the people that I've worked with, from my mom and dad, from the people at church, from the people in my community, from the people in city government. When they say something about a judge who's done something for 32 years, they are honoring the institution that created that judge, the HBCUs, the churches, the community, the support of the city. So I look at it as an honor for all of us.
At this time, I would like to invite the 59th mayor of the city of Atlanta, Mayor Kasim Reed, to come in his own way. Today, we are joined by the Honorable Justice Leah Sears and Haskell Ward, Judge Audra Bay, Judge Kenya Johnson, Judge Ronald Freeman, Judge Crystal Gaines, the Honorable Jadanya Baker, the Honorable Tyranny Gundy, the Honorable Gary Jackson, the Honorable Teresa Mann, the Honorable Allison Pitts, the Honorable Pierce Seitz, the Honorable Judge Kimberly Edmond Adams from Fulton County. Would you come, please? The Honorable Kathy Maliki, City Attorney Patrice Perkins Hooker, Public Defender Kenneth Days, Solicitor Rains Carter, the Honorable Brenda Muhammad, members of the Gate City Bar Association, Chief Judge Kenya Johnson, Chair of the City Judicial Section. Did we miss anyone? Did we miss anyone? And now the Honorable Mayor Kasim Reed.
Hey, Reverend Boone is so proud. I tell you what, if we did miss anybody, they weren't gonna say nothing. I'm sorry, that was mighty fine, mighty fine. I'm here today because Judge Graves, he's special, and he's one of those, you know, some people are just a good man. You know what I mean, Ray? And I had this pleasure of serving alongside of him, and then when I was sitting out looking at Felker Ward, who's one of the pillars of the city, and then followed up with Graves, it's just a moment for us all to absorb it, because when greatness goes, we should do what we're doing right now. And at a time when so much civility and order and foolishness is going on, it is appropriate that in this august chamber, by this distinguished group of exceptional humans, that we pause and thank you, and that you feel it, because you touched thousands of lives, hundreds of people, and you poured in. And on this day, none of us thought it robbery to come here and tell you that we care about you, that we look forward to having more coffees with you, that we look forward to having more joke telling with you, and we look forward to you continuing to serve in a senior status. And we look forward to you teaching us how to type on that keyboard the way that you were doing, because it looked like you were playing the piano. I was up there, what was that? But that's you putting your own spin on it. And that's why we all love you so much. Because while maintaining the dignity and nobility of the profession, you put your own spin on it. We love you.
I would like to recognize Nellie, our First Lady, a friend of the Boone family. And now the Honorable Ronald Freeman.
Good afternoon. I am Ronald Freeman, and I am the judge for the city of Union City, which is a little south of here. And it takes a very special person to get me to travel from Union City downtown. But this was a travel that I needed to make. So let me just date you all a little bit. I'm a staff attorney over here in Fulton County, and Calvin, Judge Graves, is a public defender. And that's really where our relationship began. Later on, he becomes the president of the Gate City Bar Association. And I'm going to stop right there because Judge Graves knows that anytime we're going to recognize him, I need for him to hear from organizations that he has planted a major seed in. Let me share with you something about Gate City, and then I'm going to ask Chief Judge Kenya Johnson from the Fulton County Probate Court to come forward. While Judge Graves was president of the Gate City Bar Association, he entered into a relationship with the ACLU, which led to the appointment and the election of minority judges across the state of Georgia. And if you look at the folks standing up here right now, you will see what it is doing. But this time, I'm going to ask Judge Johnson to come forward, and then I'm going to follow her.
On a cold January night in 2005, Judge Graves, along with Judge Penny Brown Reynolds, founded the judicial section of the Gate City Bar Association. And on behalf of that judicial section and the over $100,000 of law school student scholarships that have been awarded, we salute you for your service and the legacy that you leave. May you be proud of the work you've done, the person you are, and the difference you've made. Thank you.
So my mother still lives in Peyton Forest. She is 97 years old. And she asked me, I said, I have to go down to the city of Atlanta on Monday for Judge Graves. She knows him as Calvin. Her response was, you mean that Morehouse man with the pretty hair? I said, yes, Mama Dot. That's what we call her. But I don't want this moment to go really undervalued by the significance of his contribution to the city of Atlanta and the state of Georgia. Oftentimes, it is those quiet, humble people who have the greatest impact. Judge Graves has been one of those people. From the time that we met to today, we joke. I've had the privilege of spending time with his beautiful daughter over at Georgia State Law School, which everyone knows is it's just a place I love. To where he is today, he has served the citizens of Atlanta very well. But beyond that, he has served himself and his community very well. I come as just one voice in the darkness to come forward and to just say to you, Judge Graves, thank you for being my friend. Thank you for being the man that you are. And in the immortal words of Mama Dot, continue to look good with that pretty hair. Congratulations.
Solicitor Rains Carter.
To all the esteemed guests who are here, all of my wonderful judges, to the city administration, to Mayor Reed, to this honorable council. Ms. Collins, I got to come by and see you. Okay. But I just want to say that I'm one of the few people that actually predate his association with the city. And let me tell you some things about him, and I like to use sports analogies. How many of you heard of a utility player? A utility player is the type of person that can play every position on the field. This gentleman has been an attorney in private practice. He's been a public defender. He's been a solicitor. I would worry about my job. He's been a solicitor, but yet he was able to rise up to become a judge. And a judge is just like the umpire that's needed. So we had a big transformation that took place back in the early 2000s with the consolidations of the Municipal Court of Atlanta and the City Court of Atlanta. And Judge Graves at the time was chief judge of the City Court of Atlanta. And do you know that he subsequently also became the chief judge of Municipal Court of Atlanta? So he's been chief judge of both. That's a history-making moment, folks. So I was asked to go sit down and talk to him. And being the solicitor from the Municipal Court, I'm going over to meet the chief judge from the City Court. And there were a lot of things that had to be worked out. So I was pretty uptight. I went in, sat down, started talking to him. And he just looked at me for a while. And he said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yes, Judge Graves, I'm okay." I will say that before I left out of that room, that was the blossoming of not only a relationship between a judge and a prosecutor, but it also became a personal relationship. And I have been able to spend a lot of time seeking his advice. We've worked together on a lot of projects. If you want to know of someone who has a heart for young people in the city of Atlanta, it's Judge Calvin Graves. He has worked diligently with my staff who are here today. Raise your hand, everybody. See, we got prosecutors here. To basically come up with programs to help our young people, Teens Learning Control and others. Responsible and basically save lives out here on the streets of Atlanta. So in closing, I just want to say that I look forward to continuing to work with this gentleman. Sir, you are an officer and a gentleman, and we respect you, and I love you.
The Honorable Leah Sears Ward. She was here with us. And now, the Honorable Kimberly Esmond Adams, Fulton County Superior Court.
Leah did it.
You did it. Good afternoon. Let me try that again. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
To this august body, and certainly to the colleagues of mine who are on the platform, all of you who are gathered, and your family and friends. I just have to say that it has been an incredible honor to not just have Judge Graves as a colleague, but to get to know him as a person. We've had an opportunity to travel together, and most recently we attended and actually graduated from Harvard University, taking a week-long course, and we had an opportunity to spend more time together there. One of the things that I continue to hear is the type of person that he is. And it's not always easy to be a judge and to bear the awesome responsibility and the mantle of leadership that comes along with it, and maintain a sense of humor, maintain a sense of respect for all people who come before you, and to remain committed to the things that made you aspire to judicial service at the outset, and you have done that. You have been a model for us of what it means to be a judge who is invested not just in upholding the rule of law and having a fidelity to the law, but in changing people's lives. And you are absolutely correct. When people think about courts, they don't separate us by classes of court. Most of them don't know one court from the other. And so it's important that each of us conduct ourselves in a way that brings honor and dignity to the profession, and you have done that. And so I know that there is going to be a significant void on municipal court. I have no idea, as does anyone else, who will be appointed to replace you, but they will not replace you because your shoes are too big to fill. I hope that the legacy that you have created will serve as an inspiration and a benchmark for whoever comes behind you and all of the other judges who will serve not just on municipal court, but on courts around the state. It has been an honor and pleasure to get to know you. I love you too, and I look forward to seeing what next looks like.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, and I neglected to say his new title is Bishop.
Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you.
I also would like to recognize Mr. DeAndre Moore. It was a pleasure working with you. Where is Mr. Moore? Let's give him a hand. He really put his heart and soul into this event to make this a special moment. And now for the official proclamation honoring Judge Calvin S. Graves. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, do hereby proclaim today, Monday, May 3rd, as Judge Calvin S. Graves Day in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. We have a couple of more presentations at this time, and then we will hear from family, and then the man of the hour, the Honorable Judge Calvin S. Graves. Presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. To our Mayor Reed, all elected officials, my colleagues, and all family and friends gathered here today. We, sir, are honored to speak on your behalf and to acknowledge you, our former chief, our forever colleague. On behalf of your colleagues at the Atlanta Municipal Court, we present you with this crystal gavel in honor of your over 33 years of excellent service.
Daughter, Courtney, please come forward.
Hello, everyone. My name's Courtney Simone Graves, and I am Judge Graves' daughter. And I'm here to speak to you all on behalf of the family. It's a joy to be with you all today and to celebrate my father's life's work. And we want to sincerely thank everyone gathered here in the city of Atlanta for honoring my father. Growing up the daughter of a judge, I was on occasion asked, what is that like? The truth is, watching my dad, I learned that integrity isn't just a principle, it's a way of life. He showed me that leadership means standing firm in your convictions, fighting for what's right, and always putting people first. More than anything, he taught me the best kind of work is done with love and purpose. He also taught me no arguments complete without proper citations. Casual conversations did sometimes turn into cross-examinations, and let's just say you don't want to come to the dinner table unprepared. So really, needless to say, no surprise I followed your footsteps. Dad, today I say thank you for paving the road for so many of us, for inspiring not just me, but generations of attorneys, colleagues, family, and friends. Your work has left an unforgettable impact on the community. And while the courtroom may miss you, your work isn't done. Inspiring others is something you never retire from. I love you.
And now, the Honorable Judge Calvin S. Graves.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, love you. Love you. From taking out from your busy day, a lot of folks weren't able to come. A lot of people that want to participate couldn't be here. They sent notes. And so first I want to thank God for blessing me to serve, to be a servant. I want to do that first. God has been so good to me, allowing me to live, in my opinion, in the greatest city, not only in the United States, but in the world, the city of Atlanta. Having worked with great mayors like the Honorable Mayor Reed, the Honorable Andre Dickens, the Honorable Shirley Franklin, and I could go on. Started out with Maynard. I was manager, or a lot of you guys may not know, the largest housing project in the Southeast. It used to be the Techwood Clark Howell. The Honorable Brenda Muhammad and I go back to then. I was manager of the Techwood Clark Howell homes. I'd like to thank the Urban League, which I also worked with as director of a plan that Maynard set up based on a plan that was established by Dr. Sullivan in Philadelphia called the Philadelphia Plan, and we had the Atlanta Plan where Maynard wanted to place a lot of young men into trades, and so I worked with that. I want to give a particular shout out to all of the mayors, but particularly Maynard, whose shoulders we stand on. I want to thank my family who supported me and been with me throughout this journey. I want to thank the wonderful judges that I work with. We are a group, with bar none, we have a young bench, but a strong bench. And they are just outstanding. I want to thank the entire judicial sections and courts in the city, in Fulton County. I want to thank the Honorable Andrea Boone for hosting this, President of Council, and for you. I know your dad, Reverend Boone, because Nellie and Miss Hudson sitting over there. Her house was next door to the church, right there on Parsons Street. Reverend Boone had Nellie's brothers working over there in the church. So let's give I said thank you to God, but thank you to the ancestors. Thank you to who will ever be my emeritus Dean of Council, C.T. Martin, who was both our mentor. The first election I ever worked in, Brother Bond, was with C.T. and your dad and some of those guys. So we built on all of that. And to be hosted in this beautiful chambers, the Marvin Arrington Chamber, who I knew Marvin too, loved Marvin, Clarence Coop, I could go on and on. I see Jim McGuire down there. There's a lot of people. My councilman, Howard Shook, down there. He says he's trying to retire too. We're not going to let you retire, Howard. And it's just something. I could go on and name a lot of people. I want to mention also a particular thank you to Shirley Franklin, because as somebody we brought out, we were in the middle of a transition, is brought out by Solicitor Carter, and it was a very difficult time. But Shirley gave us all kind of resources, and we got through that, and we've built a beautiful court, a strong court, a well-managed court. So I want to thank you for that, and I want to thank all of the citizens of Atlanta. I can't think of anything else right now to say, but this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know if my law partner made it here, Smolar, Roseman, and Brantley, and Seifter. That was the firm. They supported me also. With that, I'll just say thank you, and I'll turn the podium back over to you.
Congratulations, Judge Graves. And now for our official photo. Judge Graves, come up right here.
Where do you want?
Right here in the middle. Judges, please come forward.
If you're on the right, turn your shoulder to the right and squeeze in. If you're on the left, turn your shoulder to the left and squeeze in.
Okay.
Squeeze in, squeeze up, squeeze up. Yeah, squeeze up. You come up, you go back to the. You need to squeeze in.
Good to see you. I'm well. Yes, sir. Not quite that song.
I told everybody to turn their shoulders on. But nobody did it. If everybody's turning their shoulder to the right, the shoulder to the left, it'll create more space. Maybe the judge needs to say it. All right. I want to put you in
I love it. I love it.
I love it. You don't even want to hear it.
At this time, we would like for everyone to exit to the reception for Judge Graves.
No, she's down. Back it out, way.
That's right.
I have a question. Did your mom teach her?
She did.
So she subbed for me multiple times. Well, I thought
She's great.
Is she
She's
also
great.
subbed
Yes.
in Spanish as well?
Yes.
I remember.
And I know you're a friend of Rashad Taylor. So
Yeah.
he's very close to me.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, Rashad.
The reception, can we get all judges to the reception area? Can we get all judges to the reception area? Can we exit? Administrator Moore. Can we get everyone to the reception for Judge Graves? The reception for Judge Graves, please.
introduce me because I saw her pictures all over my neighborhood.
I'm Ronald Frank.
This is Judge Ronald.
Thank you all. We'll now move to, thank you all. We'll now move to remarks of the public. I remind everyone as we move to remarks of the public, you'll have up to 2 minutes for your remarks unless you've been yielded time by someone else. You can't yield time on the floor. You have to have yielded time on the sheet. I'll do my best to pronounce everyone's name. First up today, we have Ann Clark. Ann Clark. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ann Clark, and I have been a part of the Park Common neighborhood for a long time. I've seen our community grow and change, and I know that when we come together, we can make things better for everyone. That is why I was so encouraged when the Clean Energy Fund was created. It was meant to help seniors like me handle increased utility costs, a real concern for those of us on fixed income. But here we are a year later, and many of us are still waiting for the system we were told was getting. I believe in practical solutions, and I know that the resource of these to make difference. I simply ask that you assure these funds are used as promised. A little help can go a long ways in making sure seniors can continue to live with stability and dignity. Thank you for your time and for your consideration, the need of older adults in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Fran White. You'll have up to 2 minutes, and make sure to pull the mic down so we can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Fran White, and I'm a resident of Southwest Atlanta neighborhood. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about an issue that deeply affects seniors like me: the rising cost of utilities. When the Clear Energy Funds was established, it was meant to help people on fixed income manage these growing expenses. That promise gave many of us hope. However, a year has passed and we have yet to see these funds reach the people who need them most. I know that balancing budgets and priority isn't easy, but I also know that commitment matters. Commitment matters. I urge you to ensure that these funds are used as originally intended, to provide real relief to seniors who rely on them. A small amount of assistance can make a huge difference in our daily lives. It is my hope that you will take this in consideration for the seniors of Atlanta during our time that when we are really in need because we are on fixed income. Thank you for your time and considering the needs of seniors in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Betty Brown. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Betty Brown, and I am in Southwest Atlanta neighborhood. I'm here today to speak about something that affects not just me, but many seniors in our community. Affording basic necessities, electricity, gas, and water. When the Clean Energy Fund was approved last year, we were told it would help seniors with rising utility costs. This was an important step in supporting those of us living on fixed income. But a year has gone by and we have yet to see these benefits. I understand that change doesn't happen overnight, but I also believe that commitments to the community should be honored. I ask you today, follow through on the intent of the funds so that it can provide relief it was meant to. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns and for working toward solution to help seniors like me.
Thank you. Councilor Bakhtiari.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, thank y'all so much to our public speakers so far. One of my constituents just has been here, and I know that she has to leave for an appointment, so I was seeing if it was possible for her to go ahead and speak. Miss Penny Steele, if we could just, if we can get her to speak next.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari to move Penny Steele up to the top. Is there a second? Second. We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Penny Steele will be next. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, council members. My name is Penny Steele. I'm here with Antoinette Hewley Bailey, and we live in low-income senior housing at Mercy Housing's Reynoldstown Senior Residence on Field Street in Atlanta. We're here today to request assistance with our water bills because our residents are always worried, concerned, and often upset about their high water bills. They average in our building $50 to $70. And here's something you may not be aware of. Because our water bills are included in our rent payments, we cannot get the 30% discount offered by the Atlanta watershed. One of the requirements is the discount is you have to receive a bill directly from the Atlanta watershed, but our property managers billed. So we're missing out on those discounts, which could add up to anywhere from $15 to $20 a month, typically for seniors in our building. So you know that with food and utility prices rapidly escalating, and who knows how high they're going to go, we seniors, not just in our building, but all the buildings who might be in a similar situation, and all the seniors in Atlanta, we're desperate for any kind of savings. So today, we're here with 3 requests. One, for apartment buildings designated as low-income residents and was 65 and older. Our building is 65 to 96 years old. We're requesting some kind of blanket discount for residents where the property manager pays. We're also asking that the limit of $25,000 maximum income be pegged to some kind of inflation factor. I don't believe that's happening now. So, and if our first request is not possible, we'd like an ordinance that requires
Time has expired.
Okay, time up?
Yes.
All right, I have handouts, and we'd like that clean energy. So,
Jordan, could you get the handout?
thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Valerie Anderson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Set too close to me. Good afternoon. I would like to talk about the phlebotomy situation, as far as I called South Fulton to find out. Well, I did an interview, and Chief Meadow also did an interview. And he stated that they was going to implement phlebotomies because of the situation where they knew about the police not taking the blood draws, so they knew this was a problem beforehand. And I'm all for change. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for change. But what I'm not for is that had to come at the expense of my son being murdered by Melvin Potter, because they knew they had a problem with the officers not taking the blood draw. So I'm all for change. Don't have a problem with that. But why did it cost my son his life with a drunk officer not taking his blood draw? Have a problem with that. Have a serious problem with that. More so have a problem with, again, and I'm going to stress this more and more, how do Melvin Potter murder my son, get arrested, refuse a blood draw, and get charged with obstruction? That I need an answer for. That I need an answer for. These is questions that I'm going to bring to any of you that wants to answer. Despite Officer Potter ongoing aggressive criminal and non-compliant and criminal character, he continues to be employed as a police officer with the APD, receiving full compensation and benefits. Okay, 1, APD has the express authority to terminate any employee for non-compliance of its oaths of office, law enforcement, code of ethics, and Georgia Post regulations. 6, all members of the International Brotherhood of Police Union for Local 623, which I am sure Officer Potter is a member of, must take and abide by its laws, rules, regulation, and written ordinance. 7, Officer Potter's record to date with the APD is evidence enough to prove he has not followed or abide by the policies, rules, duties, and responsibilities. APD policy manual. So why is it that we have this officer that breaks every rule, but he's still home collecting a check? Why? Not being held accountable at all. And finally, given the record of Officer Potter, your continued approval to compensate him actually appalls any and all egregious unlawful behavior committed by an employee of the APD, rather than demand their compliance with the directives of and Article 9 of the Georgia Constitution, the purpose of which is to, among other things, preserve peace, promote the happiness and interests of the citizens and family, and ensure justice to all. That's not happening. That's not happening at all. At all, this is not happening. So again, how is it we have one police officer who is getting away with pretty much everything? And I stand by my statement that I make. APD is running cover for Melvin Potter. APD is running cover for Melvin Potter. That's not even a question at this point. He has too much excessive violation complaints, more than any officer that I know about. And I've been doing my work as far as trying to get information as to 2 judges on 2 different warrants. Why was the second warrant needed? Why was the second warrant needed? According to all the information that I have gotten, no officer has ever heard of 2 warrants being asked for one individual. One individual. 2 warrants was ordered for Melvin Potter. Lawless, drunk Melvin Potter. But yet, Melvin Potter is home, collecting a check. And I'm here, tirelessly, trying to get justice for my son. And where I'm at right now, I want all of you to know, is a prayer and a promise. A prayer and a promise. A promise that when I walked towards my son's casket, and I saw my son laying there, and I leaned over, and I touched his face. And I kissed him. And I said to him, I am going to get justice for you. I am going to get justice for you. No matter how long it takes, I'm going to get justice for my son. And my prayer is, God keeps me, sustains me, covers me, to get justice for my son. That's my promise, and that's my prayer. That he keeps me, he sustains me, and he covers me to get justice for my son. Because what happened to my son should have never happened. It should have never happened. Not for a lawless police officer like this. It should have never happened. And there's nothing I feel is being done. Yes, we have rules, we have laws and everything, but how I feel, the law need to check the laws. The law need to check the laws. Because it's you know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Since Melvin Potter murdered my son August 5th, 2024, nothing has made sense to me. And to me, it's just simple common sense. Because why? What is the difference between Deacon Holloman case and my son case? What's the difference? You push for a resolution to the end for that investigation with that officer who had multiple excessive force complaints. Same as Melvin Potter. The same as Melvin Potter. He don't discriminate. And like I stated before, I have never heard one thing good about this man other than he pushed women down. He's verbally abusive. He is abusive, but he's still on the force. Why? And before I finish my time, I would like to address Councilman Bond, because I know I've been giving you a new name from time to time. So I do apologize for giving you a new name sometimes. But I wanted to say to you that I appreciate more than you know what you said to me on the 17th, the last time I was here, as far as standing with me. As far as standing with me, I do appreciate that. It meant a lot to me, and on behalf of myself and my family, the Lance Anderson family, we want to thank you. And all of you who stand with me and my family, I want to thank you deeply and greatly for that. Because on Wednesday, it's going to make 8 months I lost my son. 8 months that I lost my son. And Melvin Potter is still home. Still home. No accountability. But, you know, like I say over and over and over again, I'm not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. Because justice, I need justice for my son. I need justice for my son. The fact that to just feel like that I let my son down if I don't get justice for him, I can't live with that. I can't live with that. Because I had a beautiful relationship with my son. I had a beautiful relationship with my son. And all of that is gone. And like Mr. Bond said, I am my son's voice. And I will continue to be my son's voice until I get justice for my son. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Walter Reeves. You have up to 2 minutes.
Walter Reeves, Atlanta mayoral candidate, apropos of Ms. Anderson's case there. The loss of Georgia Baptist Hospital. It was a level 1 trauma center, and her son might have survived had Georgia Baptist been there. And unfortunately, we lost that, and that loss caused many people to pass away. But I'm here, we are celebrating the service of Judge Calvin Graves. I would like to remind you of the valued service of Judge Cassandra Kirk and her court and how they are overwhelmed. And we really are counting on you to help her out with $500,000 of emergency funding. And I was over there earlier today and spoke with some Fulton County officials. They just need to start dialing your numbers. And at the end, finally, I would like to invite you to the Sundial Restaurant at the Peachtree Plaza. It's a special place if you have a birthday celebration, anniversary, a special success, personal success, and the Sundial Restaurant is the venue for you. And we're very grateful for you all here. Thank you very much.
Ms. Reeves, before you step out, I just have to remind you, you can't identify yourself as a candidate. You can speak to the council, but there's no campaigning per court ruling, and so please don't identify yourself as a candidate in the future.
Yes, sir, but I am an official candidate.
But they can't be spoken in this chamber.
I've already registered.
Or I'll have to exclude you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Dr. Dewan Robinson. Oh, sorry, no, sorry. Henry Jordan, sorry. Henry Jordan first. You have up to 2 minutes, and then Dr. Robinson.
Giving honor to the Spirit of God to everyone that's here. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low. And the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. Isaiah 40th chapter 44th verse. By this voice calling from the desert, the people of Judah called to make the crooked straight and the rough places plain in the preparation for the coming of the Messiah. I had a vision the people in America were in bondage by the enemy. And then I asked the Lord, should I bound the people? The Lord told me, because they practice bondage against me. If the world hate you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. St. John 15, chapter 18, verse. Jesus says to me, the world hated him, so shall it hate me. I seek for Christ's assignment to protect you. James Cliff, why should I desire you when you seek to do evil to me? He that hateth me hateth my Father also. St. John 15, chapter 23rd verse. John writes so that his readers may not sin. Satan works to make us sin, but Jesus gives us power not to sin. You ask to give yourselves glory for what Jesus has done through me. A lie don't glorify Christ. Many shall be purified and made white and tried, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand. But the wise shall understand, Daniel 12, chapter 10th verse. The king who shall reign in righteousness is Christ himself. I don't desire to burn in hell for the rest of my life, do you?
Time has expired.
Jesus says to warn my people, because I want to escape hell. And you also should also.
Thank you. Next will be Dr. DeJuan Robinson. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Afternoon, Council. First, I would like to say, Mr. Amir Faroqi, thank you for your service and thank you for being your own man. When I seen your article this weekend that say that you're going over to the Galloway School, I think I did a little research to find out that you went there yourself. I think the kids are in great shape to have you there, man. Your father is a great man in the education field, and I think that you would do well, and I wish you well. And I appreciate your service as a council member. I want to know what mental health institution that our council member Liliana went to seek help for only a month. And did she denounce her unearned salary while she was there? And what is the real reason, I'm sure, is unknown. Mr. Matt Westmoreland, I respect you because I heard that you tried to seek help for your sister. But one of the reasons why I respect you, Matt, is because I hear that you have an adopted black sister. You taught over at Carver with the Teach for America program, which is known to forgive student loans if you teach there. But you still remain active in teaching over there, with those kids. But I also want to know, in the humane process with your dear friend, at what point did we not say, let's make this right? A black man not only could have lost his life that day with the lies saying he was being robbed, but let's get him a job. At the least, that's the decency that we can do. And I'm not saying that you did not tell her that, and you shouldn't have to say that in public, but I hope that enough decency that I believe in you, you push the battery on your friend back to ask her to display that same decency. And if you went to rehab for your mental state, forgiveness is also a part of therapy. At what point would you say publicly, I apologize, since both instances was a public humiliation on the young black girl whom she cursed out and the black man who she lied on and could have lost his life and lost his job doing what his superiors told him to do. At what point do we make that right? I don't like when sometimes we pull people and say, hey, we're gonna deal with this out. Nah, if it's done publicly, let's do it publicly. The same way when I'm wrong, I come to this podium and say, hey, I apologize. We have to be grown-ups and mature and accountable and make things right. But nevertheless, that's not your plight. I respect you. But when I hear that you go above and beyond it, help your friend. I don't mind sometimes calling out the dragon. And some people say you're the dragon, Matt. So I don't mind calling out the dragon in love, brother. From what I see, the people that oppose the mayor, one thing that I say as a person who speak out against everything that I believe is not right, I look at the recent hire of our female in OCC that came from New Orleans. I met with her. I think she's a fine hire. I look at Ms. Houston that's been replaced over in procurement. Think that's a good replacement. Look at my fellow Astro that's over there in human resource. Think a fine hire. I graduated from Morgan State in Baltimore. I asked some people about our new general manager. Hey, the word I got is he don't play, he his own man. So when I look at that, and I look at the people that are in the mayor cabinet as Ms. Chandra Burks, Mr. Odie Donald, Mr. Theo Pace, Mr. Courtney, our city attorney. These are people that I look at every day and don't think that they kiss ass type people. Yes, men and women type people. I think these people have their own mind and their own thing. And like I always say, because you don't like a person don't mean a person is corrupt. I may not like everything our mayor do, but I would never be on this microphone and say he corrupt if he's not corrupt. And if he is, I would say it, but I wouldn't say it because I don't like that person. So I think that there was another narrative that went on with our previous mayor before Lance Bottom. A lot of people didn't like Kasinga. They thought he was a butthole. He was arrogant. But does that make you corrupt? Now, me being a person that's from public housing, which most like to say the project, I've never in my life, Mr. Howard Shook, seen the FBI on a person case for years and find nothing. I've never seen it. I've never seen the FBI say, hey, listen, after 2, 3, 4 years, we ain't found nothing. I've never seen it. I just think sometimes we owe people a debt of an apology when we drag them through the mud and they come out white as snow, Mr. Bond, when the FBI looked into them and said, hey, man, we ain't find nothing. I just think we just need to say, hey, we might not like how you handle things, but that don't mean you was around here taking bribes and stealing, right? We too prideful to do that. Our OIG admitted on camera, Fox 5 News, a Harvard lawyer, she stated, and can I quote it, Mr. Shook and Mr. Warren, or Mr. Lewis? She quoted, I did not read the Georgia state law. Not only she's a Harvard grad, she's an attorney who took the Georgia bar and said that she did not read the bar in the emphasis when it came to subpoenas and all of those things. You took the bar, but you did not read that. But still people like my former councilman, Ms. Moore, going to come up here later and still take up for her, but she's going to omit that part because she's going to probably speak to the question that she asked last time that are still not answered. But like I told Ms. Moore outside when we talked, it's not a direct thing against you, but you championed for this OIG. You waited till this fine moment in election year to come down here and speak out against it. All this went on 2 years ago. You could have come out here and said, you know what? I championed for this. Yeah, we didn't look over everything. We didn't dot I's and cross T's to ask about these problems. I know why, in my opinion, because Ms. Moore wanted to make sure Kasim Reed was going to jail by any means necessary. She didn't give a darn on how the OIG operated. And then she waited this time to come down here. And I wonder why, right? When Ms. Moore ran for mayor, her and Mayor Andre Dickens in the runoff, she struck first with the negative information on now Mayor Andre Dickens. She struck first. The mayor didn't strike back. Even in that, right? Because I love a little hands-on politics, Mr. Bond. You know, politics is a contact sport. The mayor still offered Ms. Moore a job. Even after you went against me and spoke negative on my character, he still offered her a job. But we in campaign season, and Ms. Moore down here want to say all these things. And when I confront, I ask her things, she tell me that's not true, Mr. Robinson. I don't believe it is. I don't, one way or another. I know we kind of passed that because we have a new acting OIG, but they're still playing games in the news. I've been a victim of some of the things that I think were Ms. Moore's fault, but she tell me, take it up with Dustin. It ain't me. But there's a recent thing about a raid that the OIG offered that I think is another smear campaign that is a lie to further perpetuate their side of it. But we ain't got to deal with all that. Why the public can't just deal with the fact that a Harvard grad went on the news and said, I didn't read the Georgia State Code. Let's just deal with that alone. Why we got to deal with everything else instead of what she said out of her mouth? Why can't we deal with that? Everybody has a narrative that they want to fit in politics. That's why I admire you so much, Mr. Faroki. You say, hey, man, I'm going to do something better. This doesn't define me. Too many times, politics define people. That's why we got people dying in seats. 70, 80 still running to be mayor, state rep, city council. No, man, go find something else to do. Only in politics you can have a GED and become a council member and probably make 99 to 100,000 now. I think that's what it is. Only in politics you can do that. No other job will hire these people to do that. But in politics you can. I asked Ms. Moore, make this make sense for me. You get a guy come to Atlanta 1 year that's a nurse, and you put him over code enforcement, where his wife is a tax attorney. That same wife is on your registered agent for your real estate company. I'm a nurse, but you put me over code enforcement, and all of a sudden, all the houses get gone in District 9, and Mr. Brock get all the property when you was over there and you became a real estate agent, while all the houses was given away to the biggest developer in Atlanta, in the biggest gentrified neighborhood in my district, to a nurse. How does that even make sense? How does that even make sense? But Ms. Moore say her hands clean, she's so ethical. I'm just saying, I don't think so. It's my personal opinion, and there's no disrespect, but that's my opinion. I don't think so, because I'm born and raised in 9, and I see what's going on, and I don't think so. And so I hope when you come up here, you take accountability, Miss Felicia Moore, and if not, I gotta say the famous thing that we say in Atlanta, bye, Felicia. I had to do it for you.
Thank you. Next will be Brother Muhammad. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
I am that I am. I know who I am, and I know why I'm here. I'm here for the simple reason. Miss Valerie Anderson, you know her plea she has spoke to you. But what about Assalamu alaikum, Mayat Hotel, Namaste. My soul honor your soul. I honor the place in you where the entire universe resides. I honor the light, the love, the truth, the beauty and peace within you, because it is also within me. In sharing these things, we are united. We are the same. We are one. But why is it that, Mr. Duran, we could talk about politics, but what about the Democratic Party, the oldest voter-based political party in the world? The Democrat Party, founded by Andrew Jackson. That's the man, Caucasian, on your $20 bill. Founded in 1820. Andrew Jackson became the first president of the Democratic Party, 1829 to 1837. Democratic Party stood for individual rights, state sovereignty, opposed banking, and abolition of slavery. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Felker, what is abolition? He said, like George Wallace said, you never will come in my Alabama cottage, you descendants, American descendants of slaves. So if you're going to have the first Democratic Party that didn't have no love for you then, in 1829, when he became the first president, why is it that we continue to put you peoples in office, Democrats, and you still don't do nothing? I'm not taking away about the Republicans, but let's be clear about you Democrats. Because what happened in 1866, the United States Congress, the Senate said descendants of slaves born free are given citizenship rights and not subject to a foreign power. Given citizenship birthright. But then he also said, with a session called 1981 in 1868, you, American descendants of slaves, should have the same rights, same benefits in any jurisdiction as the Caucasian. They didn't talk about no migrants. They didn't talk about no DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. What happened when you do that? Look at them brothers on the street, Mr. Bond. They're living out there, don't have no place to call a home. They're living out there with sisters and children. You, who represent this Democrat Party in the 21st century. But I ask you, Brother Thor, my sister, Thor is the one they talk about in that scripture you call the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation. He speaks about the consciousness in the universe. He was able to rule the king of Atlantis. You know that country they said got sunk. But what happened? He left there and went to Egypt. And that's where you find all the stories and narratives. He wrote 22,000 books. This is a dark man, the original people ancestor, my DNA. Why do I talk about it? Mr. Felker, I heard Brother Ron talk about you. I don't have no problem with you as a man. But I do have a problem with you as a politician. Because when I talk about the yin and the yang, like we had the sister today, the sorority sister representing God, Women's Month, it ain't no separation between the feminine and the masculine energy. We're one. We're supposed to represent that holistic, coming together. There are certain attributes that we have as feminine and masculine. I said last time I was here, that the man represents the left side of the brain, rational, speaking words, logic, but the sister represents emotion, intuitive thoughts, the holistic valuation. But you bring this together, yin and yang, you don't call yourself a man. We got our agenda. Everything in your Bible represents one man, Jesus. And then you don't even want to tell your children that it was a man they called Yahshua. But he looked like this man. God, who fought against the establishment of the Catholic Church, 325 AD, Nasir Turkey. They decided to make who? Alexander the Greek. Y'all know what y'all call him. His successor. So Rapius. That's who y'all have Michelangelo to paint. A Caucasian. But you still want us to believe we can call on this source and be with support. But go back to Miss Valerie Anderson. How long should a person, you got colleagues over there, and whatever departments that y'all can get this information from, that you could pull together, Miss Collins, as I saw you spoke, and make something known. We ought to do something for this system. If they were Caucasian down here, they would have Mr. Trump and all the rest of them rallying over there to get some attention. But y'all don't want to speak together. All you got to do is speak a word. I come down here and give you a word. You can take it, leave it alone. But I know my spirit of with this brother Thor and with my sister Maud. They work in unity for the benefit of the holistic value of all human. Color. But in the 21st century, we see what's going on. Y'all just want the money. Look at all them sorority sisters. Just want money. All y'all got the proclamation today. Got real good job, Mr. Bond, but I'm gonna say this and be through. I know I've talked about a street that I live on for 30 years. You paved half of it, Mr. Bond. In 2010, 15 years later, you still ain't paid the other part. And now we recently had County Line, Nisqually, and a church on Nisqually and Butler Road get paid, but you wouldn't put no striping on it. Pedestrian striping, Mr. Overstreet, you know about it. How long I got to keep begging, Mr. Faroki? You didn't do it when you was the
time has expired.
Committee, or Mr. Amos ain't did a thing yet. My great says I did not. Assalamu alaikum, Mayor of Midtown Hotel. I say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Akeem Williams. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hey, how y'all doing, council? Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to commend MARTA for its efforts in redesigning the bus network to improve accessibility, but I believe that there are areas where we can enhance the plan to make a more sustainable, effective, and equitable transit system. I believe MARTA must do what its intentions are, which is to get people to and from. One major opportunity is the integration of bus rapid transit lines, dedicating lanes on high traffic corridors like Ponce de Leon Avenue and Memorial Drive. Northside Drive would reduce delays, especially during peak hours, and improve reliability and service speed. Another critical area is improving the first and last mile of transit connectivity, particularly for underserved suburban areas like North Druid Hills, Sandy Springs. I know that's North Fulton, but microtransit services can also be bridged with these gaps. They do have some of these plans in, but it's not all the way solidified. I would also ask that routes like 50 and 73, it could terminate from the Charlie Brown Airport, being that they got some economic opportunity there. Both lines within a mile of each other, it cut short. The equity must remain a priority, particularly for low-income communities and transit deserts. These neighborhoods need improved service and meaningful engagement to ensure their needs are addressed. Improving the integration between bus and rail services are also essential. Synchronizing schedules would make transfers smoother, reduce wait times, and enhance rider experience. Finally, sustainability is a critical focus. Transitioning to electric or hybrid buses and incorporating green infrastructure at bus stations aligns with long-term environmental goals. I urge the board to prioritize these areas to create a more effective, inclusive, and sustainable transit system. As a bus rider, I find it unacceptable that it takes me 2 hours to travel 7 miles. We can do better.
Thank you. Next will be Reynard Burrell. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I'm Reynard Burrell, the Executive Director of the Federation of Public Service Employees. Congratulations to Councilman Amir Faroki on being named head of schools at Galloway. Our city employees will miss your leadership. With the previously announced departures of council members Shook and Shipman, along with the entire council up for re-election, significant changes are on the horizon. We believe that who serves and what their life experiences are matter. We look forward to engaging in our city's democratic process. Over the past 6 months, the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees has paid out more than $100,000 in benefits claims to the city employees and their families. We've also assisted city employees in purchasing homes and providing scholarships for their children's college education. There are many more missed opportunities and benefits available for our city employees. We are becoming frustrated by the lack of meaningful access to employees. Tarlisha Smith has been gone long enough for this problem to be resolved. Now that the lingering issue related to the OIG is settled, we hope that access to employee issues will finally be addressed. Lastly, I wish to invite the community to join us in a reception honoring the leadership of Councilman Matt Westmoreland on March 13th at 6 p.m. at V12 Restaurant. This event is open to everyone at no cost. Those interested in attending can reach me directly at 404-870-9060. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be L.A. Pink. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Might not even need that whole 6. So I heard a lot in here today, and as you know, there's always a clown show. So Mayor Dickhead thinks fat meat ain't greasy. And as we know, the corruption that have been and continue to be, just because they cover it up doesn't mean that it's not going on. We all know about the senior ball that went on, that thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars was spent on liquor and hotels for his family and friends, and it hasn't been paid back yet. Lord knows what else we don't know. So when we continue to go back and forth with these codes and all of the things that's being broken, we also know that we have a crooked sheriff. We know that Sheriff LaButte is completely out of order. We know that Kenya Johnson swore him in on an old surety bond, 15-16-5, 15-16-6, and -7, all clearly says that none of you can be sworn in on an old surety bond. You have to be up to date. If you don't know that, please go and see it. She didn't know it. I had to show it to her. But as we know, that corruption continues to fall in your lap, whether if it's in Fulton County, whether if it's in Atlanta, y'all back to back. We continue to talk about the police, the ABD, what's going on. Now, we have a mother that have lost her baby, and the officer still has not went to jail. But then we have ABD gets on the news and talk about little baby, you know, a thug. But then we know that right here in Mechanicsville, nobody still have talked about all of that have taken place and all those people that got shot and murdered. Nobody has been caught for that, but we all of a sudden got little baby back, you know, another thug, y'all call it. See, we are not just fighting for what's in the street and in the community. We also have to fight for these seats that's going on with the corruption. How are y'all gonna call somebody a thug and a gang member when we got political gangbangers that we fighting against too? Like I said, no, the APD, go do your research, was right there. The mother of one of the victims that was shot in the head went and told the officer that these people were here with guns and nobody did nothing. The officers put a gun to the mother's head and told her to step back when her daughter was shot in the face. But then y'all get on, let the APD get on TV and everybody jump on it. And this right here is for the community, because they jump on it because they say thugs. CAPD is thugs too. Oh yeah, they gang members. Oh yeah, in the street with blue suits on. Because how didn't they stop Mechanicsville, but 2 13-year-olds get shot? Nobody knows anything was going on. All of a sudden, little baby was throwing a video, so they claim, and now everybody jumping on it. Is this gonna be another YSL? Because baby, we ready. The community is ready. We peeping the jokes. We peeping the cover-ups. We seeing what's going on. This is the reason why the Demon Rats lost. Because of the cover-ups, the lies. Y'all quick to take money for what you want, but ain't giving money for what needs to get done. Like our homeless right here outside of here, sleeping, that y'all walk by every day, them. Sometimes you remember them, sometimes you don't. One of the vets that I brought down here just had a stroke, and we've had to rush him to the hospital from being out there in the cold, sleeping on that hard pavement. I came up out of my own pocket and with some of my investors to get them cots, little beds, to get up off the ground. Just temporary until y'all could get something together to figure out where they could go. But because before the mayor goes and does anything, I would have cleaned out what I gotta look at every day. But see, it's a show. How do I know? Because he had said he was in an apartment complex that I be in, and he was helping, but we had a sewage that smelled like boo-boo. So if you out here fixing stuff, what did you fix? There's roaches, everything. We just was trying to figure out, what is he fixing? He fixing stuff to make it look good when he on TV, because that's all we hearing. That's all I'm seeing. And this ain't for no, let me tell you something, I run the streets. I ain't got time to run these seats. I'm gonna run y'all, whoever ain't doing their job, up out of them. So trust me, I ain't doing this to get nowhere, but to get my people help, to get our community what they need, so that the people that we are, that is sitting inside of these seats right here, we proud of them. Keep on saying, oh, you know, why you coming up against the black people? I'm black. I keep telling y'all this. I ain't got nothing against no white people. I ain't got nothing against any other culture. But when I tell you, y'all gonna do better, the black people here, we are going to be proud of them. I mean that.
Thank you. Next will be Jay Wesley Day. Due to yield the time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
I want to express my deepest disappointment of what happened in my time being taken at the last council meeting. So I am here to reclaim my time. Good afternoon. As you know, my name is Jay Wesley Day. Love, a word that should resonate in every corner of our city. A word that should define the heart of leadership. Love is more than just rhetoric talk that y'all give us. Love is action, accountability. Love is justice, which is what I'm seeking. But as I listen to the mayor, our mayor, Andre Dickens, I should say your mayor, Andre Dickens, city of address, I have to ask, where is the love in Atlanta? Where is the love in Fulton County? Because what I have experienced, what I continue to endure, does not feel like love. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I wonder where we would be if MLK didn't go to Chicago Marquette Park to help out. He could have easily said, that's not my district. I wonder where this country would be had he not went to Alabama when the church blown up and 3, 4, 5, 6 girls died. He didn't say, that's not my district. Ms. Collins, Ms. Boone, Ms. Overstreet, love is not permitting one of your Greek brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, as I am, to go without justice. Where is the love? Love is supposed to be patient. Love is supposed to be kind. Yet I have faced nothing but cruelty and indifference. My journey through Atlanta's so-called justice system has been marked by neglect, hostility, injustice. Leadership in this city speak of progress, every one of you, yet the very institutions meant to serve and protect have turned their backs on me. Councilman Bond is one of the only one that have provided me support on this council. My then councilman, yes, you, Byron Amos, District 3, cannot tell me one thing he has done. He gets here and say I'm lying to his face. But a reasonable person in his shoes would say, Mr. Day, I did A, I did B, I did C for you. He can't say that. Why not? Because he didn't do a damn thing. Byron Amos and Antonio Lewis have mocked my mental health. In one meeting, Antonio Lewis told me I didn't love myself. In another meeting, I'm sure you all heard, Byron Amos basically said I'm insane simply because I'm asking for justice. Any reasonable person who's been beaten on the street into a coma would not expect for it to take 7 years to receive justice. Yes, continue to insult me, turning your head, met you downstairs, you barely want to shake my hand. Although I helped to get you in office, I campaigned for you. With all of this going on, Keith Gamage, the Solicitor General, dismissed the charges of the main assailant on this happened. And then I had just got my job back from Delta Airlines due to Keith Gamage escalating it to a felony and no one told me. But I got my job back at Delta Airlines. I had to tell them with my tail between my legs that, hey, I got another charge. trespassed, and I had to write an affidavit. But Keith Gamage does what? He let me get my job back and go and add another charge, obstruction to justice to a police officer. With the officer being that petty that day, charging me with trespass, and I had a receipt, and there's nobody that can say I done harm to him, you would think that he would have added obstruction then, not waiting a year later. Guess what? As a result, I lost my job a second time at Delta Airlines. Caused me to go homeless. Me being a member of Ebenezer, the historic civil rights church, for nearly 10 years, I go tell Pastor Warnock, now Senator Warnock, what I was going through. You know what that leader said? He said, you just a wannabe Jussie Smollett. He told me, you lying. I said, Pastor, I don't have no food. I don't have no reason to lie. He said, well, it was a Tuesday. He said, well, on Saturday, go to the food line. I was right there in the food line. He comes with security, have me taken out the food line. Is that what love looked like in Atlanta? Is that what a godly, holy man would do for one of his own parishioners? Who could have, Pastor Warnock never prayed for me that day? Pastor Warnock never gave me one positive word to say, brother, keep your head up high. This too shall pass. He asked me to leave his office. He never asked me my side of the story at all. So who could have told him that I was lying? Could it have been Keith Gamage, perhaps? Because I've just recently learned Keith Gamage was on the board of trustees at Ebenezer Church. This is supposed to be the city that's too busy to hate, but I give you all of these examples to show you, for this man to call me insane. I have been diagnosed with severe depression, severe anxiety, severe PTSD. I have never had these issues before. And yes, Mr. Amos, I take 5 medications every single day since I've been going through this, and I still do not have any justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Jordana Arias. Jordana Arias. Next will be John Stopp. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I was reflecting on the definition of insanity that had been brought up a couple meetings back, and I really wasn't planning on coming up here today, but when I heard DeJuan Robinson say that the parent of the student that Liliana yelled out might be here, I thought I might as well come up and see if I could witness that firsthand. I came up here on October 21st because I had a big problem with the language in that body cam footage. At the end of that comment, Liliana had some remarks. I went back to my seat, turn around, I see her staring at me, and she repeated twice that I should be ashamed of myself. And so I wanted to make sure I wasn't in the wrong, and I think it was like the next day I went to Oakland Cemetery and I spoke with Richard Harker. So he told me you definitely didn't have permission to be there at that time. And so pretty much everything you've said about that has been a lie. And I look around the house and I wonder why you guys would want to be associated with that kind of behavior. One of the biggest ironies I've noticed, or one of the ironies I found most troubling, was the Martin Luther King connection, and that you had been a part of a crew that kept the King Papers in Atlanta. And so I wonder what's the point. And also I watched the vote, the OIG vote, and I saw that $300,000 was spent to keep a jacket of Martin Luther King in Atlanta. And I just don't understand, like, what, if we're gonna do that, we need to act on those ideals, and we're not doing that. And I think we collectively can do a better job. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Next up will be Felicia Moore. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you. I want to start my comments off with a little housekeeping. This November, all voters in the city of Atlanta will get to vote for 6 city elected officials: the mayor, the council president, 3 at-large council members, and a district council member. The name Felicia Moore will not be on the ballot. In an effort to somehow discredit my voice as a citizen, a member of this body was quoted spreading a false narrative that I am using the OIG Manigault issue as a vehicle to attack political opponents, paving the way to return to elected office and a second mayoral term. Again, I will not be a candidate, but I'm looking for candidates who will speak up on this and other issues. If you're running, let us know what you stand for. And don't let them tell you not to speak. Last meeting, there was a public commenter that stated I was hiding from the fact that I started legislation to establish the OIG. I'm proud to state that I authored the initial legislation to establish the Office of Inspector General and the creation of the Independent Procurement Review Officers. So that's exactly why I am here, because it is an important matter to this city, and I care. Now, perhaps this will clear up any false narratives so you can hear me clearly. I came here last meeting with some unanswered questions. I'm going to run through them quickly. I will provide you a copy, and I would like receipts to the answers. Mr. Bond, can you please provide receipts of the allegations regarding the former IG's husband? Is it true or false that no personal computers, phones, or other items were taken from employees or others by the Office of Inspector General? Is it true or false that 2 employees who were terminated requested that the OIG get possession of their phones, laptops, etc., their city ones, because the information in the devices supported their complaints? Is it true or false that the city property was returned to HR in approximately 30 days? Is it true or false that the 2 employees who were visited by the IG worked from home, were visited during normal business hours, 1 interview with the IG, and 1 declined? Is it true or false that the issue regarding the home visits and the issue regarding city property were 2 separate and totally unrelated incidents? Now, I understand that it's your choice to respond or not. I hope the public and the media will ask these same questions. But if no answers are given, I will determine what is unanswered is fact, and facts matter. So don't get upset when I share my own conclusions based on the facts that have been shared. Now, since the last meeting, there have been several questionable and charter violating activities. I was at the press conference with the former IG when she stated she was going to resign. She did not say when it was effective. I asked her after her remarks. She stated the next day, but her access was cut off and she was unable to send any official notice to the board vice chair. The locks were changed on her office door, denying her access. Remember, she was not fired. She resigned, and the resignation was not effective until the next day. In my over 30 years at City Hall, elected and non-elected, I have never heard of an appointed independent officer who resigned being treated in this fashion. No auditor, ethics officer, or citizen review board head, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. There were several disturbing visits to the OIG offices, thankfully captured on video. Numerous visits by administration officials from police to the city attorney and others. There'll be more about this at another time. I would, however, note that the former IG stated that there were several active and ongoing investigations that went to the highest rung of city government, and representatives from the highest rung were in and demanding access to confidential investigative information and subpoenas. The city attorney also sent a notice to the OIG attorney stating that he was fired and the city would not pay for his services. Fortunately, he is pushing back. There are violations to Code Section 30-301 and Section 8-105 in part, sub A, that states that the IG shall be appointed by the board and subject to confirmation by the council and the mayor. A board must be constituted to fill any OIG position. That is what makes it independent from the people they investigate. The mayor has no authority to appoint an interim IG. The charter provision in the law department that they're using does not apply to the OIG. That provision, Section 2-184, relates to commissioners that the mayor has direct appointment of. That provision was approved by council when a former mayor was operating with interims and not sending commissioners for confirmation in a timely manner. I know, I was there. The interim IG position needs to be stopped. The mayor has no authority to appoint anyone to take over an independent investigative office, and especially one that has active and ongoing investigations related to the highest rung of city government. The investigative office, the investigative information in the office will be compromised. The OIG's employees are vulnerable based on comments from the city attorney in the AJC, where she accused the remaining staff of sabotaging changes to the office, changes which she should not be making. And the HR director echoed the same, recommending an interim and assessing the personnel changes in that office. So they're going to now fire the existing OIG staff. And sadly, the public, employees, vendors, and others who have filed complaints will be vulnerable due to their confidentiality potentially being compromised. The OIG's office is essentially shut down because no one can trust that that office that is established to help them will be effective and in the long run not hurt them. I bet people have stopped calling and filing complaints. So finally, having served around and in this body, I know that this council can do something. This body can be and is the check and balance to the executive branch. At minimum, you can get staff to draft now while you're on the floor a resolution to the mayor and the city attorney stating that you are not in agreement with the mayor has the authority to appoint an interim and no interim should be onboarded or have access. Requesting that the city attorney and other executive branch officers not infringe upon the OIG and respect them as an independent investigative agency. That the executive branch officials should not handle nor have contact in any way with materials, documents, etc. in the office of the OIG, particularly confidential investigative files, and that there will be no firing of the OIG staff by the executive branch officials or others connected with, and that the city move expeditiously to get the associations to make appointments to the board. And then at your next meeting, follow that up with an ordinance to put guardrails on the executive branch. The OIG resigned, most of the board resigned. You passed your guardrail legislation for the IG. Now the executive branch has gone too far. Failure by the council to address this by sending the council's non-binding intent to the mayor today and followed with an ordinance will make you all complicit, part of the travesty that is taking place here at City Hall. What side of history will you be on? Because truth in time will come to light. You still have an opportunity to redeem yourself, and I hope you take it.
Thank you. Councilor Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Moore, for your comments. Since you mentioned my name, I'm going to respond. And just point out to you, when you were, I think you were still in Gloria Tanubu's office, but you may have been elected by then. Angela Gittens was the head of the airport, and she resigned, and she was treated in the exact same fashion as the IG that recently resigned. It is customary for persons who resign to not have access to their offices at the point when they demonstrate that resignation. And we would not be here at this point had we done a more thorough job when we were originally crafting the office of the Inspector General. And so this is a tragedy, but I would push back, not for the reasons that you've cited today and previously. This is a tragedy, as Mr. Robinson has pointed out, that a Harvard-trained, extremely well-educated attorney disregarded the law in the state of Georgia. We're here today because they have trampled on the rights of not just the employees of the city of Atlanta, they've trampled on the rights of private citizens who aren't employees of the city of Atlanta. They've trampled on the rights of individuals who, through their investigations, they maligned and slandered longtime public employees of the city of Atlanta who've long since retired. They slandered and drug their deceased son through the mud. They slandered and maligned myself without ever questioning me about the quote-unquote investigation that they were conducting as to whether or not a private individual was my employee, an investigation that never should have happened because they could have called HR as soon as they got that accusation and found that it wasn't true. But then they went on and conducted and produced a scandal sheet maligning not only my former staff, my former chief of staff, they attempted to malign my colleague, Ms. Boone. They attempted they did slander the other individuals that I mentioned. And then, of course, it's the litany of illegality that the IG participated in the wanton disregard of the laws of the state of Georgia. I am less concerned about the mayor being able to appoint an interim than I am about the coming torrent of lawsuits that potentially could cost this city in legal damages almost $300 million. You know, I understand when you create legislation and you want to see it happen the right way, you want to see it defended, and you're right to want to defend it. You're right to want to see it operate correctly. But the individuals who were in place that had the authority to do that, they fell down on their job. They abused their authority, and they ran roughshod over the persons and people that they were supposed to investigate. One of the things that an IG should have is not only the confidence of the people who put her in place, but the IG should have the confidence of the people that they're investigating. And that person lost that confidence by disregarding and actually breaking the law in Georgia and actually exceeding their charter-given authority time and time again. So I would say in response, since you mentioned my name, that you are here defending the indefensible, that you are defending a system and a person who wantonly disregarded the law in Georgia, that broke the law in Georgia in pursuit of their own goals and their actions. I appreciate your comments here today. I appreciate your sincerity because I believe that they were made with great sincerity, but I respectfully disagree with your comments. I look forward to the appointing agencies, appointing individuals to fill a permanent, to provide a permanent IG for the city of Atlanta, because I believe that we need a permanent IG, just like when we created the office of the city auditor back in the 90s, just like when the ethics office was created in the city of Atlanta. Those two offices should be the standard for which the IG's office should operate and be considered, and also should be held in esteem of those who may be targets, as well as those who have supported the appointment of those offices. This is a terrible tragedy for our city, that this has gone on the way that it has. But we can only try to put the pieces back together and move forward. The person who has been appointed, my understanding is that they've said they don't want the job permanently. And so I think logic would dictate that it would, in my opinion, that it would be better to have the office continue to operate in some fashion than to be vacant potentially for months with no action, no investigation, no ability to respond to those who bring concerns. So thank you for the opportunity of calling my name and giving me a chance to respond. And it's always good to see you. And Mr. President, I withdraw.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
Get these
Yeah.
copies.
Mr. Kemp.
And if you can answer my question too. That's why I called your name.
Councilmember Lewis.
I called your name because I had a question.
And
I didn't ask for all that, but thank you for all.
You're welcome, and I've answered your questions in the way that I have chosen.
Councilmember Lewis.
I think she started, didn't say my name, but mentioned something I said, say my name. I was listening for it, but the guardrails on both sides, there were actually guardrails on both sides. No side was actually happy in this. No side was happy in this. But somebody actually took their ball and went home because they didn't like what the results were. No side was happy with this. I'm a person who was against the first piece of legislation. The reason I was against it was because there were only guardrails on one side. The second piece, after we worked together as a council, the second piece that came out, it was a more perfect piece of paper, more perfect piece of legislation that we can put forth for guardrails on both sides, the administration and on the OIG. And that's our job at this council. And I made sure I did a little research to look into the public trust task force recommendations, because I know you mentioned that you just came out. I created the OIG, the public trust task force They actually, one of their recommendations was to create the OIG, and the council members that were on it were Councilmember Shook, Councilmember Ide, Councilmember Overstreet. And so I know that it came from a recommendation from them, and those were the people that were on it. So I was trying to see where you were on that, look into that. You then mentioned we're complicit. You said complicit if we don't put in what you say we should do. And so you're saying if we don't do what you say we should do, we complicit. That's what I heard. I heard if we don't do what you say we do, we're complicit. I don't agree with that, which is why I didn't vote for you, similar to the city of Atlanta. And when you started off your first statement by saying, this is not political, then you go on to say you are supporting political candidates. And so this is so political to me because I know we've been fighting this fight, and I've been loud on the OIG side. I've been loud understanding that we need guardrails on both sides. I've been super loud for the past 2 years. And I didn't see you until this part. I didn't see you until it was election year. I know it's something called silly season. And I feel like we're in the middle of silly season right now. And as a city council person who looked at the public trust task force, because I wanted to look into it even more, because you said you created it. It was Shook, Ide, Overstreet, administration. And that's what created OIG recommendations from that. I want to talk a little bit more about things you talked about. As I look at more of the people who created that legislation, Councilmember Ide is not coming in here. Councilmember Shook is not saying that. He actually brought forth this legislation. I'm looking at Councilmember Overstreet, who was a part of those 15 plus meetings, every single meeting. They didn't miss one. And so every single meeting. And so to see them not come up and say the same thing, to see Councilmember Ide not come up and say the same thing,
That's where the confusion comes in at. That's why I say it's political. And to see Councilmember DeJuan Robinson and to, not Councilmember, man, he ran so many terms. Sometimes I can call him clerk. He ran for clerk, judge, a lot of these seats now. He ran for sheriff before. A person that loves Atlanta. Every time he sees a person doing wrong, he tries to run against him. The first person he ran against was you. And so to understand that it just seems like a lot of politics going on, the politics of Atlanta. And as a person who was on the OIG side at first, I got iced out by her so fast the moment that I started talking about guardrails on both sides, and then you popped up. And had I known that you were with her from the start, I probably would have never been there. Because I believe in Atlanta. I'm a Grady baby. I believe in Atlanta. I believe anything broken can be fixed. I believe in fixing our city, not tearing it up. And so I know that's why Mayor Dickens had the largest win in the history of our city. Because most people in the city, in that runoff, most people in the city believe in fixing what's broke in the city. And to the OIG, I wish she would have brought me back out with her. I would have stood with her. But had I known she was going to take her ball and go home if we'd start looking at both sides, had I known that she was here, had I known she had a clique, because her clique came out that day. You know how like whenever her clique came out, and I see the clique that's with her. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next up will be Margie McLeod. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, how y'all doing? Oh, it's been a long day. Lewis, I'm talking, okay? You done had your little speech. What I'm talking about, I want y'all to support. You had Donzella's bill, Senate Bill 125, now it's Senate Bill 160, and it's into the state local government committee, and I wish y'all would support it, because, you know, I've been down here for 2 years talking about rent control, put a cap on the rent. You had the seniors out here talking about, hey, they can't hardly make it, and rent is constantly going up. And love, everybody talking about love. I want to see what love is all about. If y'all could help me get someone with this, put a cap. You say the city can't do it. If we don't get this done this year, y'all ain't gonna have nobody in here voting for you, because they're gonna be out of the city, because rent is constantly going up. And this is not no joke. We're talking about the candidates. I'm out there too, Lewis, and they talking to me, okay? And it don't look too good. I'm just letting y'all know that. So y'all got to make this happen. Please support the people that's sitting down, Donzella Jane, is the bills of 160 to get out of the state local government operation committee. And now, it's another bill, it's House Bill 581. I've been talking about no understanding. We need that, calling you, they need a town hall meeting, because they want to know, why did we opt out of Homestead? A House Bill 581. You need to have a town hall meeting, because your people in your district is very unpleased what's happening. Because Henry County, they asked them, why did Henry County opt in? And we're gonna opt out. So if Henry County opt in, why we can't? So please explain it to the people in your district. I have a town hall meeting, and that's all I want to hear to help me to get this bill passed.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Ms. Marjorie, there's one piece of legislation that I support wholeheartedly that I've been following for this, and it's Rep. Phil Oloye. He has actually dropped a bipartisan bill to aim at loosening the investors' grip on single-family homes in the city of Atlanta, and in the metro Atlanta area, and that will drive down rent prices. And that's the state legislator actually, he's pushing that, and that's something we're fighting with him for. And so that's a piece of legislation that you should follow, and that I can connect you with his office and with him as well to make sure that you're a part of it.
Okay, but you got to understand, this bill been out 2 years. It's lifting for the cities to lift the ban. It's too different. Her bill been there
Thank
for
you,
a
Ms.
while,
McLeod.
so she
Thank you,
got
Ms. McLeod.
14 sponsors. You know,
it's
I know about that bill, but her bill been in there already.
Thank you.
House bill.
Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Lewis.
Senate Bill 160 is to lift the ban, that the city could be able to do their own thing to put a cap on the rent.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod.
The legislation is House Bill 305, Protect the Dream Act. House Bill 305, Protect the Dream Act by Representative Phil Oloye. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Jody WMS. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jody. I come to represent the homeless and also fair housing, low-income housing. First, I want to start with from January 2024 to January 2025, there have been people, over 100 people, that I have kept in touch with who have given Gateway, the mayor's constituent services, and the mayor's 2 Peachtree Street their information. And these entities have collected data from the people, such as their social security numbers, date of birth, dependents, and their income. And what we need to know now is, where have the money gone that came down from the Biden administration to Georgia that was given to the city of Atlanta? And the mayor, okay, first, the mayor stated that he gave $200 million to investors to help the homeless people. And what I want to know is, how was this money allocated? Who did it go to? Who did it serve? And I also want to know those 11,000 units that he spoke of, where are they? Who's living in them? How much are they? Because the people are telling me, when the 2 Peachtree calls for updates, they're asking these homeless people if they've made more money so that they'll be able to live in these units. I also need a financial report, and I've been asking for it for over 2 months.
Time has expired.
So I'm going to ask Antonio Lewis and Ishay Collins to give me their cards, because I would like to deal with them on some of this information.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Councilmember Collins.
Quick question for clarity. What financial report are you asking about? Okay, well, I'm quite sure we can get that through the Budget and Finance Committee. What other financial report? Okay, all righty. I get my information.
Thank you. Next will be Helen D. Williams. Helen D. Williams. Next will be Jamaica Benjamin. Oh, hi.
Hey.
You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Helen Delilah Williams. I am a longtime resident of Vine City of 40 years, and I am in the community of the MPUL, which has 102 and 103. As a Vine City resident of 40 years, I stand before you to speak about the community blightiness and the plague of my community for the last 40 years. I call it this night street on Elm Street, you know, that movie where everything looks crazy. I've been walking around the community and I have written up 47 properties over the last 6 months since I've been coming back and forth. And out of those 47 properties, 2 of them have been torn down. 7 of those properties has been cleaned up. And then there have been 3 of them that's already they're working on it now and is tearing it down. It's at the corner of Simpson and Sunset. The problem is in the blightness of our community is it's really the developers who own these properties, and they're waiting for the city to do whatever they're going to do in the community so they can move their money around and all that. But the companies and the individuals are Vine City Affordable Housing Holdings LLC, Vine City Estates LLC, Mark Andrews Johnson, James Arpad Properties LLC, which has 35 properties, Sude Incorporated, Inspire Properties, and Strickland Housing Property LLC, which has 12 properties. And Mr. Byron Amos, my last statement as the bell has ring. I'm having a problem that the Vine City Park has been destroyed, and you said 6 months, but we need more time, and we need your help to get that taken care of. I spoke to Bishop Johnson, and he wants to speak with you in order to do something great in this community, because if we don't do that, that's saying that it's okay that this situation happened. So normally when something bad happens, you come with something great. If this would have happened in the other communities, they'd have been out there selling cookies, they've been out there doing a whole lot of great things to show everything in this community. So Byron, please.
Thank you. Councilor Amos.
Yes, sir. Just want to make a clarification. That 6 months is the time frame to actually get the equipment.
Right.
For the first time in a long time, the city of Atlanta has the money. We're ready to move forward, but because of the back order issues and because of people already having equipment ordered for the summertime, this unfortunate accident put us at a 6-month time period to where we can get the equipment in and the foundation repaired and installed. The commissioner and I are willing to move faster if we are able to, but right now that is the time frame.
Thank you. Next up will be Jamaica Benjamin. Next will be Sanea Hobson. Finally will be James Davenport. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a G.O.D. First, let me start by saying, Ms. Westmoreland, previously you addressed me as Reverend. I'm not a preacher. I have been ordained as a deacon. That's a long list of stuff that we say when we come in here. And Councilman Bond, glad you just walked back in. I've been begging y'all for a couple of years to provide lift rides for seniors. You mentioned to me that Fulton County used a grant to do that. I don't care what they use. They provide lift rides for seniors. I am one of them. It bothers me that we have homeless people who are dying in this city. I know I won't see any hands when I ask for you to raise your hand if you've seen the bridge, I-20, Central Avenue, nearly 50-some-odd tents, and they're growing every day. Homeless people. Somebody mentioned you all call yourself a city too busy to hate. That's a bunch of bull. That's exactly what it is. We've had 2 people in 2 weeks to die because they froze. Good friend of mine, Marshall Ransford, was a champion for the homeless. I said that because of the work that he used to do. it's sad. You know, I mentioned to you all once, I said to you, every black person up here should be ashamed to say these words with liberty and justice for all. The biggest lie in the Constitution, and you all know it. If you don't know it, shame on you. The biggest lie there is, you have a president who do not like black people. You have a governor who has never mentioned the gun violence in this city. Never, ever. It's sad that we can be in a country where people have died because policemen assassinating them with their knees on his neck. Some of you, I kneel in protest alongside. But sometimes it just seems like you're all just invisible when it comes to standing up for what's right. But you can pass whatever bill you want. But you fail to show any sympathy for the homeless people. I even remember when you closed the Peachtree Pine building. Ron Shakir and myself actually made mention of the fact that y'all gonna see the day that you regret that. That day is here. Why did you sell the building? I don't know. But we sure need it today.
Time has expired.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment today. I want to thank all the members of the public who came forward to provide their comments to council. Next, we will move to the report of the Journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of council. I, Corinne Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, February 17th, 2025 are true and correct.
If there are no changes or edits to the Journal, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Collins. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the Journal? Do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the counter. Unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the Journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Item number 1 is 25C0033. This is a communication from council members Jason Winston, District 1, Amir Faroki, District 2, Byron Amos, District 3, Jason Dozer, District 4, and Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, appointing Mr. Philip Perry to serve as a member of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Zoning Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 2 is 25C0034. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Candace Franklin to serve as a member of the Fulton County Library System on behalf of the City of Atlanta. The term limit is to be concurrent with that of the mayor. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Council President, if I may take item 3 to 7 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 3 is 25C0035. This is a communication from Judge Jana Edmondson Cooper, President, Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys, submitting the appointment of Ms. Rodgun Bray, Esquire, to serve as a member of the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor the late Judge Thelma Y. Cummins Moore. Item number 4 is 25C0036. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Donald Beamer Jr. to serve as a member of the Artificial Intelligence Commission. Item number 5 is 25C0037. It's a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Dr. Joy Harris to serve as a member of the Artificial Intelligence Commission. Item number 5 is 25C0037. A communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Dr. Joy Harris to serve as a member of the Artificial Intelligence Commission. Item number 6 is 25C0038. It's a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. John Yates to serve as a member of the Artificial Intelligence Commission. Item number 7 is 25C0039. a communication from Municipal Clerk Corinne Lindo submitting a report of administrative corrections made to previously adopted legislation between the regular council meeting dates of February 17, 2025 and March 3rd, 2025 to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-275 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances, correcting Resolution 25R 3014. Staff recommendation to all these items is to accept and file.
Let the items follow that course.
Item number 8 is 25C0040. This is a communication from Daniel Hampton, a Chair Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report controls over fuel consumption. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committee.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 9, 25C0041. This is a communication from Daniel Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report, Oracle Time and Labor. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee.
Let the item follow that course.
That concludes the communication items, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation?
There are none.
Is there any unfinished business?
There are none.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, Section 1. These are items that begin on page 5 of the materials. They are items for second reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to adopt. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda today? Councilmember Shook.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pull item 17. That is 25R 3208. It's going to need a corrective substitute.
Councilmember Shook is pulling 25R 3208. Councilmember Winston.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I'd like to pull item 25-01105. This is on page 8.
Councilmember Winston is going to pull 25-0-1105. Any other items to be pulled from the consent agenda? If none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda section 2 with 2 items removed. Section 1 with 2 items removed. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Collins. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with 2 items removed? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 carries. Councilmember Shook.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to send item 1325R 3199 to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion to move 25R-3199 by Councilmember Shook to the mayor's office post haste, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to moving this item post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move this item post haste carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda section 2. These are items that begin on page 25. They are for first reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to refer. But before that, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to refer these items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer consent agenda section 2.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Next, we'll move to the report of the standing committees. First up today will be the City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis.
We have no report, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the Community Development and Human Services Committee. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, this was the item 25-01105 that I pulled from the consent agenda. This item needs to be substituted to add the account information. So I'd like to make a motion to bring forth the substitute.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Does it change the caption? Doesn't change the caption on 25-0-1105. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to bring forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries. Councilmember Winston.
I'd like to make a motion to approve as substituted.
There's a motion to adopt 25-0-1105 as substituted by Councilor Winston, seconded by Councilor Bakhtiari. In discussion on the motion to adopt this item as substituted. Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
One moment. One moment. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be the Transportation Committee, Chair Amos.
Mr. President, we have no report.
Thank you. Next up will be Finance Exec, Chair Shook.
We had no report, however. I need to bring forward a substitute for the item I pulled. 25R 3208 is the floor substitute. It just changes the task order number from 10 to 11, so I would move that we bring the substitute forward.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, who I'll remind brought this off of consent himself, to bring forth the substitute. Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to bring forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please sound the counter. Unanimous consent.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
All right, the caption of which reads as follows: a resolution by Finance Exec as substituted by Atlanta City Council, authorizing mayor or his designee to issue task order number 11 for the RFP indicated citywide architectural planning, design, engineering, and construction phase services with Harris and Smith LLC for construction administration design services for Fire Station 29-EMS on behalf of Deem in an amount not to exceed $596,725. All work to be charged to and paid from, et cetera. Move approval on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan to adopt 25-R-3208 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt and substitute this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
One moment. The vote is open. One moment. Will everyone please vote?
She didn't hear you.
Councilmember Collins, how you want your vote reflected? That's okay? We've had a little technical difficulty. Councilmember Boone?
The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
That is all.
Thank you. Next up will be the Committee on Council, Chair Collins.
Thank you, Council President Shipman. If there are no objections, we can take items 1 through 6 together.
Without objection, please proceed.
Okay. Item 25-C-0008, the communication from Attorney James Radford submitting the appointment of Ms. Sally Fox to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Americans with Disability Act Advisory Committee. Item number 25-C-0010, communication from James Radford submitting the appointment of Ms. Carden Wyckoff to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Americans with Disability Act Advisory Committee. Item number 25-C-0017, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Mr. Leo Bajorklik I will say, hopefully I said it correctly, to serve as a member of the Beltline Tax Allocation District, or the TAD Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 25-C-0019, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Hillary Oliphant to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is also for a term of 2 years. Item number 25-C-0020, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Elder Dancy as Chief of Corrections for the City of Atlanta. And item 25-C-0021, a communication from Tanya Greer, County Clerk, to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, submitting the appointment of Mr. Christopher Oppenhaver to serve as a member of the Beltline Tax Allocation District Advisory Committee, and this appointment is for a term of 2 years. And those are the items for the council's consideration.
Those items all came out of committee favorable, therefore, there is no need for a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 6 items? Given their communications, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt these items? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these 6 items carries.
Yes. Thank you. President Schiff, we have one item, one ordinance for second reading. My colleagues, we have a substitute for this item. This is a substitute that has been distributed to you all via email. The item adds and updates from some council funds and amount. So can we have a motion to bring forth the substitute? Before we bring forth the substitute, I will read the caption. Item number 25-0-1102, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone as substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing transfer of funds from various council carry-forward accounts to the respective council distribution and expense account to continue serving the Atlanta community by funding projects for the public good within their district or donating funds for charitable purposes and for other purposes. Thank you. Okay.
So you're making a motion to bring forth substitute?
Yes, excuse me, yes.
So there's a motion by Councilman Collins to bring forth substitute, seconded by Councilman Westmoreland. Any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. And Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries. Chair Collins?
Thank you, yes, and we have one last thing. I just have a brief announcement.
I think you want to move adoption.
Oh, sorry. Make a move to adopt as substituted.
There's a motion by Councilmember Collins to move to adopt a substitute. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Any discussion on the motion to adopt a substitute of this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
One moment. The vote is open. Councilmember Boone? The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt a substitute carries.
I have one last announcement before this concludes my report. My colleagues just want to let you guys know we'll continue to identify the vacancies that are crucial importance and follow up with you on those that we have vacancies to fill. We are currently focusing on the Atlanta Commission on Fatherhood, Men and Boys, the Small Business Advisory Committee, which has never been filled, and the Reparations Commission. Mr. Overton and I will be making our rounds and ensuring that these board seats are filled as soon as possible, so please be on the lookout. And with that, President Shipman, that concludes my report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be Zoning Committee Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 2 items without objection that can be taken as a block.
Please proceed.
24-0-1460Z, 2469 is a text amendment to amend certain provisions of Part 16 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for the purpose of prohibiting hookah bars from opening and operating within 2,000 feet of any public or private elementary or secondary school. 24-0-1461Z, 2470 is also a text amendment that would amend certain provisions of Part 16 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to prohibit retail vapor product stores and retail tobacco product stores from opening and operating within 2,000 feet of any public or private elementary or secondary school, to prohibit retail vapor product stores and retail tobacco product stores from opening and operating within 2,000 feet of each other. The recommendation of committee is to file.
There's a recommendation coming out of the committee to file these 2 items. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file 24-0-1460 and 1461? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file these two items.
One moment. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Councilmember Collins? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file these two items carries.
Thank you. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Final report today will be Public Safety Legal Administration. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do not have a report today.
Thank you. That concludes the report of the standing committees. There's been a request from the city attorney for an executive session. Madam City Attorney, could you clarify the request for the record?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The request is to discuss personnel and litigation matters.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to move into executive committee, moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Collins. Is there any discussion? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to move into executive session.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We now stand in executive session.
No, but hi, how are you?
have a quorum, so I would entertain a motion to exit the executive session. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to move out of executive session? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to move out of executive session.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move out of executive session carries. We're now back in our regular session, and we are to the personal papers section of the agenda. I do not see any for immediate consideration, so we will move to papers for, I can't do it anymore. I can't do the birthday thing because the city clerk wants them in a certain order. So they're loaded up in a certain order that works much better. So we will go to papers for referral. Yeah, Councilor Amos is out of the room, so Councilor Bakhtiari, you are actually up first today.
Yes, you do. Films ID number 37528, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Juan, and Matt Westmoreland to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 2, Division 5, Section 10-220, Chapter 14, Article 8, Division 1, Section 14-384, Section 14-429, Chapter 30, Division 2, Section 30-959A6, and Chapter 106, Section 106-127, to remove references to private, unforced, non-commercial acts of sodomy to bring the code into accordance with the constitutional privacy requirements of the state of Georgia regarding consensual adult activity, to amend Chapter 30, Article 8, to repeal ordinances regulating escort services and for other purposes.
Films ID 37528 will be referred to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms, ID 37487, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to supplement ordinance number 17-0-1660, so as to authorize the execution and delivery of an amendment to installment sale agreement between the Georgia Municipal Association and the City of Atlanta, and for other purposes, all related to the amendment of the insurance provisions and the installment sale agreement between GMA and the city, securing the Georgia Municipal Association Incorporated certificates of participation, City of Atlanta Public Safety Project Series 2018, and for other purposes.
Films ID 37487 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Got Elms ID number 37536, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the post-one-at-large office to enter into a partnership management agreement with the First African Community Development Corporation in an amount not to exceed $6,000.00 for the Atlanta Fresh and Free Food Distribution Program to provide free meals to the City of Atlanta residents facing food insecurities, authorizing in-kind support from the City of Atlanta volunteers, and for other purposes.
Films ID 37536 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Next, I have Elms ID 37497, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor, his designee, to execute an agreement to accept in-kind donations of services from the Georgia Power Company on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Sustainability and Resilience and the Department of Enterprise and Asset Management in an amount not to exceed $134,000.00 to conduct innovative energy auditing and assessments for large city-owned buildings and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37497 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
ELMS ID number 37517, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the City of Atlanta to execute an agreement with Community Foundation of Greater Atlanta, retroactively effective from January 1st, 2025, and ending on June 30th, 2025, which shall detail the actions of Community Foundation of Greater Atlanta in support of the Early Childhood Education Investment Program, to ratify the services provided by Community Foundation of Greater Atlanta. All funds shall be payable from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37517 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two items. The first one is ELMS number 37530. A resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to prohibit parking on both sides of Ogden Street Southwest from Atlanta Student Movement Boulevard to its dead end, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install signage along the prohibited area and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37530 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And the other item is ELMS number 37525, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the contribution of $115,000.00 from the Council District 4 discretionary moving Atlanta Forward funds to the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation to support improvements and upgrades in fire stations within Council District 4 pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37525 will be referred to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee.
That's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
All right, two papers. First is ELMS 37529, ordinance by council members Faroki, Dozier, Westmoreland, Bond, Boone, Winston Norwood, Juan, Lewis, Amos, and I'm missing one here, a signature I can't read, I forget. Requesting the mayor or his designee to install a permanent pedestrian crosswalk at 225 Peachtree Street Northeast and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37529 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID 37485, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to execute a project management agreement with the Atlanta Downtown Improvement District for the Cortland Piedmont Safe Streets Project in an amount not to exceed $5,995,617.50. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37485 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis. You're good.
Thank you, Council President. A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, co-signed by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Councilmember Ishay Collins, to ELMS 37532, a resolution to establish the Joyce Smith Legacy Commission to honor her dedication to community advocacy and for infrastructure improvements in District 12 and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37532 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
A resolution by ELMS ID 37534, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Councilmember Andrea Boone, Councilmember Ishay Collins, and Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution to establish the Floyd Family Legacy Commission
to honor their decades-long contributions to community empowerment, economic development, and for the entrepreneurship in the Pittsburgh neighborhood and District 12 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37534 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms 37535, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Matt Westmoreland, Andrea Boone, Ishay Collins, Councilmember Jason Winston, Councilmember Jason Dozier, Councilmember Byron Amos, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution to establish the Sakaya Smith Legacy Commission, Councilmember Alex Warren as well, to honor her memory and advocate for community safety, pedestrian infrastructure, and improvements in violence prevention initiatives in District 12 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37535 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 37533, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, co-signed by Councilmember Byron Amos, Councilmember Ishay Collins, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution to establish the Anthony Tickman Jones Legacy Commission to honor his contributions to community engagement, mentorship, and social impact in District 12 and for other purposes, whereas the City of Atlanta recognizes individuals who have dedicated their lives to uplifting and empowering their communities through mentorship, advocacy, and civic engagement, and whereas Anthony Tickman Jones was a beloved and respected figure in District 12, known for his unwavering commitment to mentoring young people, advocating for community initiatives, and fostering a spirit of unity and progress within our neighborhood. Thank you, President.
Elms ID 37533 will be referred to the CDHS committee. Next up, Councilmember Norwood.
Thank you. Elms ID 37481, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $50,000 from the District 8 Moving Atlanta Forward discretionary fund account to the Department of Parks and Recreation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37481 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 37482, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to exercise the first renewal option for IFBC DOT 202209 through 1230108 intersection improvements project on Moores Mill Road at 2 locations with BRTU Construction, Inc. on behalf of Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 1 year, effective March 22nd, 2025 through March 21st, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $4,294,000.74. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the account funds listed.
Elms ID 37482 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Councilmember Overstreet.
President Shipman, I do think that a piece of legislation that was supposed to be going to committee has now, I've been asked to do it for immediate consideration. So I think we need to make copies of this one right here.
Okay. Jordan, you want to go ahead and do your referral, and then we'll come back to this?
Yes, please. Because it really is just, it's no big deal, y'all. It's just a funding stream change, and they're waiting on the funding, and they got it wrong on their last. Okay, so this one is AMS ID number 37523, an ordinance by council members Marcy Collier Overstreet and Dustin Hillis to exempt all City of Atlanta public infrastructure projects administered by the City of Atlanta's Department of Watershed Management, the Atlanta Department of Transportation, the Department of Parks and Recs, and the City of Atlanta's Department of Enterprise Assets Management from Charter 158, Article 2, of the City of Atlanta's Code of Ordinances, the City of Atlanta's Tree Protection Ordinances, until the new tree protection ordinance is adopted by Atlanta City Council and approved into law and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37523 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay, Elms ID number 37531, a resolution by council members Marcy Collier Overstreet and Andrea Boone to formally recognize the Cascade Heights Green Space District and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37531 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. And we'll just hold a second for your immediate consideration. You want your immediate? You want your
Yes. All right. We have one more to read in right quick.
Councilor Boone, why don't you go ahead and read in your paper for referral, and then we'll come back to the immediate.
Elms ID number 37505, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for 24RF P0820KDB operation and maintenance services for the Atlanta Fulton County Water Treatment Facility owned jointly between the City of Atlanta and Fulton County with Viola Water Copper Operation Services, LLC, a joint venture on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management for a term of 10 years with one 10-year renewal option and an amount not to exceed $24,133,500.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the department organization and account number listed here and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37505 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee. Okay, with that, Councilmember Overstreet, I believe you're going to offer up this for immediate consideration.
For immediate
Okay,
consideration.
here we go. Does everybody have a copy? All right, go ahead.
Elms ID number 37520, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to amend resolution number 25R-3081 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on February 3rd, 2025, and approved as per city charter section 2-403 on February 12th, 2025, to correct the funding information and for other purposes. Whereas resolution number 25-R-3081 approved by the Atlanta City Council on February 3rd, 2025, and adopted by per Atlanta Charter Section 2-403 on February 12th, authorized the donation pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to the Cascade Springs Nature Preserve Conservancy in the amount not to exceed $75,000.00. And whereas resolution number 25-R-3081 referred an inapplicable task number, and whereas the resolution will amend resolution number 25-R-3081 to correct the funding string as set out below. Now therefore be it resolved that by the Atlanta City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, the resolution 25-R-3081 be amended as follows, with deleted language struck out. Be it further resolved that the payment of $75,000.00 shall be charged to and made from the amount account from the following account: 3163 330301 5410001 400124 22539 general obligation public improvement bonds, social bonds. Be it finally resolved that all other parts of resolution 25-R-3081 will remain unchanged. Again, colleagues, this is just to correct from vertical to horizontal or from horizontal to vertical. I'm not sure which one, but it was done incorrectly 2 weeks ago. Move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Overstreet, seconded by Councilmember Bond to approve Elms ID 37520. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt Elms 37520.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Councilmember Collins? The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries. Councilmember Shook.
Elms 37501, ordinance by Shook, waiving the competitive source selection provisions contained in the listed section of the city code, procurement and real estate section, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute the First Amendment to the SB indicated here and services program with Cone Resnick LLP on behalf of the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs to add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $500,000. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from, etc.
Elms ID 37501 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 37502 is an ordinance by Shook authorizing the CFO to write off water and wastewater accounts receivable for such accounts rendered uncollectible in an amount not to exceed $5,610,847.98 on behalf of Watershed.
Elms ID 37502 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
And Elms 37506 is a resolution by Shook requesting that the mayor takes into consideration and funds priorities that the Atlanta City Council recommends being included in the FY26 budget and, as always, for other purposes.
Elms ID 37506 will be referred to the FEC. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, President Shipman. Elms 37526, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed blank dollars and 0 cents from the District 6 carry forward account to the Piedmont Park and Servicing, Inc. to support their landmark luncheon pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37526 will be referred to the FEC. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID 37486, an ordinance by council members Winston, Faroki, Amos, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Juan, Norwood, Boone, Overstreet, Lewis, Bond, Westmoreland, and Collins to adopt the Trails ATL plan is the City of Atlanta's master plan for a citywide network of trails to incorporate the Trails ATL plan into the City of Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37486 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
37524, resolution by Westmoreland, Bakhtiari, Dozier, and Winston, authorizing a donation to the Atlanta Volunteer Lawyers Foundation pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to continue support for AVLF's Access to Legal Counsel program that provides eviction defense services to eligible City of Atlanta residents, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37524 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
37527, Westmoreland, authorizing a donation not to exceed $1,000 from the Post 2 at large carry forward account to the Chastain Friends of the Arts and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37527 will be referred to the FEC.
Thank you.
Any other papers? With that, we will go to general remarks. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. I just wanted to take an opportunity to wish Councilmember Mary Norwood a happy early birthday. Her birthday is this Friday.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Just wanted to say thank you to all of the city departments that came out to the State of the District 3 address that we was able to do on the Institute of Technology, better known as Georgia Tech property, a couple of weeks ago. We was able to announce that the district is definitely strong because, yes, as the mayor say, we live in a strong city as well. So to all the departments that came out, I don't want to start naming them, but the city really turned out for District 3 residents, providing all type of information and love to them. So just wanted to say thank you.
And I just want to wish Liliana a happy birthday. Her birthday is the day before mine.
There you go. Birthday twins. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to say thank you to my constituents and neighbors who came out to my District 4 Town Hall on Saturday. Unlike Councilmember Amos, I did not have a lot of members of our city staff there, but I had a lot of our neighbors and constituents, about 70 people in attendance. And just want to thank everyone who came out to West End.
Thank you. Councilmember no. Anyone else? I'd like to just add a special thanks to all of the Department of Public Works, police, fire, and all the volunteers that came out and made the Atlanta Marathon weekend successful. There was also hosting of the National Half Marathon Championship to qualify for the Worlds, and Atlanta native Emma Grace Hurley came in second, and will be going to the World Championships in the Half Marathon. So thanks everybody for putting on a great event across the city. And with that, we will have our adjourning roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President Doug Shipman, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large. Councilmember Ishay Collins, Post 3 at large. Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1. Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Andrew Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Carla Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Without objection, we stand adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Experiences shaped me, just as your experiences shaped you. The struggle for dignity, respect, and recognition